Chapter 1298. Absorbing the nine heavens, purple, profound, lightning swoosh. The instant the eighth azure dragon envoy's head was chopped off, a ray of light shot out from the eighth azure dragon envoy's body. It let out a sharp whistle as it flew into the distance. Yuanying, Zhuowen sneered. Under his will, the heavenless sword suddenly shot out. Sword chi swept out everywhere it passed, forming a violent hurricane. Swoosh! The heavenless sword was extremely fast. In an instant, it caught up with the eighth azure dragon envoy's Yuanying. Sword light flashed and pierced through the Yuanying. The eighth azure dragon envoy's Yuanying let out a miserable shriek. It was extremely dim and powerless. With the power of the heavenless sword, it was naturally able to directly destroy the eighth azure dragon envoy's Yuanying. However, Zhuowen could not bear to destroy it. After all, the eighth azure dragon envoy's position in the Blue Dragon Hall was not low. He definitely knew the structure and situation of the azure dragon main hall. With a step, Zhuowen arrived beside the eighth azure dragon envoy. With a stroke of his right hand, the eighth azure dragon envoy's Yuanying was held in his palm. The eighth azure dragon envoy trembled as he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Sir, please let me go. I have no intention of going against you. It's all because of that bastard Mufeng. He actually used the spatial jade talisman to summon me here. Please spare me." The eighth azure dragon envoy was extremely sensible. He actually put down his dignity as an eighth heaven emperor and knelt on the ground to beg Zhuowen for mercy. This caused Zhuowen to be rather surprised. Zhuowen completely ignored the eighth azure dragon envoy's begging. With a wave of his right hand, he directly kept the eighth azure dragon envoy into his spiritual ring. A pair of cold eyes landed on Mufeng, who was trapped in the heavenly dragon sealing seal. He grinned and said, "It's your turn." Seeing the radiant smile on Zhuowen's face, Mufeng's entire body trembled, while a feeling of dread rose up in his heart. His gaze was firmly fixed on the Emperor Wu Tian's sword, as he said in a trembling voice, "It's actually the Emperor Wu Tian's sword." Back then, the Emperor Wu Tian's sword had clearly been shattered by my lord. How can it still be used now? Zhuowen did not reply, but his heart ached. The Emperor's sword was indeed severely damaged. Xiaohe had said before that this sword could only be used 2 more times. Now that the first time had been used, there was only 1 more time left. "You talk too much. Just die." Zhuowen gave a cold snort as he took a step forward, directly entering the heavenly dragon lock seal. The heavenless sword in his hand shot out, causing countless sword chi to sweep out. Like a shooting star, it streaked across the void, shooting straight towards Mufeng, who was within the heavenly dragon lock seal. Damn it! Fear appeared in Mufeng's eyes, and his eyes turned pitch black once again. Black chi rolled out from his body, and his aura instantly became much more powerful and terrifying. Mufeng extended his right hand, as the rolling black chi condensed into 12 gigantic palms. Shooting out, they smashed against the Emperor Wu Tian's sword. Bang! The Emperor Wu Tian's sword was extremely terrifying. With a slash of it, the 12 palms condensed from black chi were completely shattered into nothingness. No! After slicing apart the 12 palms, the Emperor Wu Tian's sword's aura was like a rainbow as it streaked across the void, continuing to shoot towards Mufeng. As the terrifying sword chi radiated out, it caused Mufeng's hair to flutter about. An aura of death rose within Mufeng's heart, causing him to feel fear and trepidation. Block it! Although the might of the Emperor Wu Tian's sword was terrifying, it was naturally impossible for Mufeng to sit and wait for death. Pushing his hands out, he borrowed the strength of the heavenly insects to form a tough and durable black barrier in front of him. Crack! However, the black barrier was completely useless in the face of the Emperor Wu Tian's sword. Upon contact, it instantly shattered apart, while the Emperor Wu Tian's sword pierced right through Mufeng's body. At the same time, the Emperor Wu Tian's sword bent in the air, sending out 2 rays of sword light that cut off all 4 of Mufeng's limbs. A miserable shriek rang out as Mu Feng screamed out hysterically. Due to the pain and suffering, his face had turned somewhat malevolent, while a sliver of despair gushed out from his eyes. Mu Feng, you've exhausted all of your schemes and schemed against everyone that had entered the Emperor's tomb, causing the deaths of countless innocent cultivators. Furthermore, for the sake of obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor's tomb's master, you've actually colluded with the heavenly insects, such evil creatures. In the end, you've ended up in such a state. This should be considered as karma, right? Zhuowen moved in front of Mu Feng. With a wave of his right hand, he grabbed Mu Feng. His gaze was exceedingly calm as he stared indifferently at Mu Feng. The latter's heart trembled as he said in a deep voice, "However, I'm still one step behind. I'm very regretful. Back then, when you were completing the river diagram, I had already captured you and forcefully seized the river diagram array from your body. If so, I wouldn't have ended up in such a state. From the moment you colluded with the heavenly insects, your fate has already been decided. I just want to ask you, do you know about the dangers and origins of the heavenly insects?" Zhuowen said with narrowed eyes. However, Mu Feng smiled and said, "Naturally, I know about them. However, so what? As long as I can obtain great power, even if everyone else dies, what does that have to do with me?" Zhuowen, you've killed the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy. Now, I'm going to die at your hands. You've killed 2 great Azure Dragon Envoys from the Azure Dragon Main Hall. You won't be able to escape. You'll be hunted down by the Azure Dragon Main Hall. At that time, your fate will be even more miserable than mine. Mu Feng laughed heartily. In the next instant, his right hand suddenly pointed at the spot between his eyebrows. Instantly, his aura began to slowly disappear. In the end, his aura was completely destroyed. You're destroying your own spiritual sea? Looking at the completely lifeless Mu Feng, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. Pressing his right hand on the former's forehead, he discovered that the spiritual sea between Mu Feng's eyebrows had actually been completely destroyed. Very clearly, Mu Feng knew that he was already unable to escape from Zhuowen's grasp. Therefore, he decided to just destroy himself. After all, the spiritual sea was an extremely important thing for an Arcana Master. Once it was destroyed, it was equivalent to having one's soul scattered. There was no chance of survival. You're really decisive. After taking a deep look at Mu Feng in his hand, Zhuowen released his right hand and tossed Mu Feng's corpse into the sea of bitterness. After causing a series of ripples, Mu Feng's corpse sank into the depths. Zhuowen, this Mu Feng is the 10th Azure Dragon Envoy of the Azure Dragon Main Hall. Furthermore, the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy was also killed by you. I'm afraid that we won't be able to hide this matter from the Azure Dragon Main Hall for long. Brat, you better be careful. Xiao He came to Zhuowen's side, speaking in a somewhat solemn manner. Zhuowen nodded his head. The Blue Dragon Hall was known as the Overlord of the Eastern Lands. Therefore, its foundation was definitely extremely rich. An existence like that was truly something that Zhuowen could not afford to offend. However, Zhuowen was not afraid. The Blue Dragon Hall and Ryuka were mortal enemies. Once Zhuowen developed Ryuka, he would have to face the Blue Dragon Hall. In fact, he was even prepared to let Ryuka replace the Blue Dragon Hall and become the new Overlord of the Eastern Lands. I'm aware of this matter. Zhuowen nodded his head. Shortly after, his gaze landed on the 9 heavens purple profound lightning before him as he said, Xiao He, the 9 heavens purple profound lightning's rampage has yet to end. I wonder if my Lei Sanyi can absorb the power of the 9 heavens purple profound lightning? Lei Sanyi is a mystical pair of wings derived from the wind and lightning sacred symbol. It possesses unparalleled speed. The 9 heavens purple profound lightning is also a lightning energy. You can go in and give it a try. However, the 9 heavens purple profound lightning is extremely powerful. If you feel that you can't withstand it, it's best for you to retreat. Don't act recklessly. Xiao He warned with a solemn gaze, causing Zhuowen to vigorously nod his head. After which, he took a step forward, 3 pairs of lightning wings unfurling behind his back. Just like that, he entered the 9 heavens purple profound lightning that was still rampaging. Is that fellow crazy? He actually intends to enter the rampaging nine heavens purple profound lightning. On the nearby islands, many cultivators naturally noticed Zhuowen's crazy actions. They had just recovered from the shock of Zhuowen killing the 8th Azure Dragon envoy in Mufeng. Now, they were once again stunned by Zhuowen's shocking actions. Originally, the nine heavens purple profound lightning's power was extremely terrifying. If Emperor Realm cultivators were struck by it, they would die. Now, coincidentally, the nine heavens purple profound lightning's rampage was many times stronger than before. Most likely, even a high-level Emperor Realm cultivator would be doomed if they entered the depths of the clouds. Therefore, when Zhuowen flew towards the gathering place of the nine heavens purple profound lightning, many cultivators were stunned. Rumble. When Zhuowen neared the periphery of the clouds, purple lightning as thick as a water bucket swept out from the clouds and directly struck down, blasting toward Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to dodge, countless dragon, serpent, and serpent shadows rushed out from the 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back. The serpent, and dragon creatures intertwined together, forming an extremely terrifying thunderbolt. It violently collided with the purple thunderbolt. Immediately, purple and blue plasma spilled out in all directions, as if there were countless threads of electricity surging. What surprised Zhuowen was that the lightning formed by the snake, flood dragon, and dragon was actually slowly nibbling away at the energy of the nine heavens purple profound lightning. After about 10 breaths, the purple lightning that swept out from the clouds was directly swallowed by Lei Sanyi. Zhuowen's sharp senses discovered that the blue lightning on the surface of Lei Sanyi's body was actually faintly tinged with a trace of purple. It looked rather gorgeous and colorful, and even Lei Sanyi's aura had become much more vast. As expected of the wings derived from the wind and lightning saint symbol, it actually has the ability to devour lightning. Feeling this characteristic of Lei Sanyi, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with surprise. With a wild roar, he directly rushed into the depths of the clouds. In the rolling black clouds, thousands of purple lightning gathered, transforming into a huge purple lightning dragon that swept straight toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen was not afraid. He unfolded the lightning wings to the extreme. Suddenly, countless lightning snakes, flood dragons, and lightning dragons appeared around his body, blocking the terrifying purple lightning dragon. If one looked carefully, the purple lightning dragon began to be slowly nibbled away by the lightning snakes, flood dragons, and lightning dragons, merging into a part of their bodies. This scene immediately stunned and dumbfounded countless Bitter Island cultivators. In front of the berserk, nine heavens purple profound lightning, Zhuowen was like a fish in water. Not only was he not devoured by the berserk, nine heavens purple profound lightning, the purple lightning was devoured by him. To be more precise, it was devoured by the 3 pairs of lightning wings on his body. Awesome. Chapter 1299. Lightning Wings Mutation 3 Days and 3 Nights. The nine heavens purple profound lightning continued for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhuowen had also sat within the nine heavens purple profound lightning for 3 days and 3 nights. In the air, the lightning wings on Zhuowen's back, which were originally 30 feet wide, had now grown to 100 feet wide. Furthermore, if one were to look closely, the 3 pairs of lightning wings, which were originally separated, were faintly showing signs of fusing together. Oh! Countless roars resounded around the lightning wings. This was because there were countless dragon, serpent, and serpent silhouettes lingering around the lightning wings. The roars were accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, which was extremely ear-piercing. Boom! Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. Purple lightning flashed in his eyes. Then, the 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back suddenly exploded with purple lightning. Then, the 3 pairs of lightning wings merged into a huge pair of lightning wings. With just a flap of the lightning wings, purple lightning descended around him. It was the nine heavens purple profound lightning. I never imagined that after absorbing the nine heavens purple profound lightning, the lightning serpent wings, lightning flood dragon wings, and lightning dragon wings would actually fuse into a 10-foot lightning wing. His gaze fell on the extremely huge lightning wings on his back. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhuowen's mouth. He could feel that after absorbing the 9 heavens' purple, profound lightning, the lightning wings were much stronger than before. Furthermore, their speed, with a thought, Zhuowen flapped the purple lightning wings. Countless purple lightning dissipated. Soon after, Zhuowen disappeared from the spot as though he had teleported. The instant he appeared, he was already 1,000 miles away. So fast, this was not only what Zhuowen thought. In the distance, Xiaohe, Yao Dai, and Wu Dai were also thinking. Even the cultivators near Misery Sea looked as though they had seen a ghost when they saw the figure that had teleported 1,000 miles away. They did not even see Zhuowen's figure clearly. The latter was already 1,000 miles away. That speed was simply too terrifying. Rumble. 1,000 miles away, the purple lightning flapped once again. Soon after, Zhuowen appeared before Xiaohe, Yao Dai, and Wu Dai. Looks like after absorbing the 9 heavens' purple profound bomb, your Lei Sanyi has undergone quite a transformation. Xiaohe looked at Zhuowen with a hint of surprise in her eyes, but more than that, she was gratified. Yao Dai and Wu Dai, on the other hand, were overjoyed. I think I can smell the nascent soul aura of a high-level great emperor. Suddenly, a rather savage voice shot out from Zhuowen's body. Shortly after, a damaged jade cauldron shot out from Zhuowen's forehead. A fox-like creature emerged from the jade cauldron. It was the Fushi cauldron's Cheng Huang. Your nose is really sharper than a dog's. Xiaohe curled his lips as he looked at Cheng Huang and snorted in displeasure. Yes, little Long Long, my nose is indeed more sensitive than yours. Cheng Huang did not seem to hear the sarcasm in Xiaohe's words. Instead, it retorted. Xiaohe was like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. She jumped up and glared at Cheng Huang with hostility. Woof, woof, this dragon lord will bite you to death. Thus, a little black dog and a yellow fox began to bite each other. Between the dog's barking and the fox's barking, there were also sounds of cursing that rang out in the air. Zhuowen held his forehead as he watched Xiaohe and Cheng Huang bite each other. These two fellows seemed to be destined to fight each other. Zhuowen felt extremely helpless. By the side, Wu Dai and Yao Dai exchanged glances with each other as a strange expression appeared in their eyes. They did not expect that Zhuowen was hiding these two strange fellows. Although Xiaohe and Cheng Huang's actions were strange, their auras were extraordinary. Therefore, Yao Dai and Wu Dai naturally did not interfere. Enough is enough, you two. With a dark expression, Zhuowen took a step forward and threw the Fushi cauldron between Xiaohe and Cheng Huang. Sure enough, when they saw the Fushi cauldron, the two fellows who were still fighting decisively stopped. After all, the Fushi cauldron had a special meaning to them. They did not dare do anything to it. Little guy, you have the nascent soul of a high-level great emperor, don't you? Hee. Cheng Huang tidied its slightly messy fur and turned to look at Zhuowen as if nothing had happened. It rubbed its furry paws together like a miser and chuckled. Zhuowen was a little surprised by Cheng Huang's behavior, but Xiaohe was the first to speak. This guy probably needs the nascent soul of a high-level great emperor to repair the Fushi cauldron. What do you know? High-level great emperors are useless for repairing the Fushi cauldron. Cheng Huang glared fiercely at Xiaohe. Xiaohe didn't understand. Then what do you want to do with it? High-level great emperors' nascent souls are the main ingredient of a superior immortal pill, the immortal essence pill. The immortal essence pill is extremely precious to great emperors. It can forcibly raise a cultivator below high-level great emperor by a minor level without any side effects. Cheng Huang explained calmly. It can forcibly raise a great emperor's cultivation by a whole level? Is the immortal essence pill that useful? Zhuowen asked in surprise. Xiaohe retorted coldly. Forget it. You haven't even repaired the Fushi cauldron yet. Are you trying to make an immortal essence pill? Are you kidding me? Cough, cough. Repairing the Fushi cauldron isn't easy. Just wait and see. It won't be long before I'll be able to repair it. When that time comes, the Fushi Cauldron will be able to refine pills. Cheng Huang coughed dryly. However, before you refine the pill, Zhuowen, you should leave the advanced Great Emperor's nascent soul with me for safekeeping. Zhuowen was quite eager for the immortal essence pill, but he shook his head. That nascent soul is the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy of the Blue Dragon Hall. I have some things to ask that guy, so I can't give them to you yet. Is that so? That's fine. After you ask him, just toss that guy's nascent soul into the Fushi Cauldron. With that, Cheng Huang re-entered the Fushi Cauldron and disappeared into Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. Let's leave this place for now and head for Excellent Spirit Island, Zhuowen said to Yao Dai and Wu Dai. All right, Yao Dai and Wu Dai had no objections. After returning to Excellent Spirit Island, Zhuowen discovered that all the cultivators on the island were looking at him with reverence. It was as if he was a majestic statue. However, Zhuowen didn't mind too much. He knew that everyone's attitude towards him was mainly due to the strength he had displayed. In this world where the strong were respected, strength would naturally earn the respect of others. Master, should we enter the 9 Netherworld realm? I really want to go in and see what it's like, Wu Dai, who was standing beside Zhuowen, suddenly said. Zhuowen glanced at Yao Dai, who was standing behind Wu Dai. Yao Dai smiled bitterly and nodded. Clearly, she also agreed to let Wu Dai follow Zhuowen. All right, I'll bring you with me when the time comes. However, I still need to make a trip to the Azure Xian Empire. You don't need to come with me. When I return, I'll bring you to the 9 Netherworld realm, Zhuowen said softly to Wu Dai. Master, why are you going to the Azure Xian Empire again? I remember you went there last time, right? Wu Dai asked curiously. Zhuowen chuckled. I still have some matters to attend to. Wait for me here. Zhuowen naturally couldn't tell her about the Saint Rune laws. After all, involved too much. Without waiting for Wu Dai's reply, a pair of purple lightning wings spread out behind Zhuowen's back. Following that, ear-piercing thunder rumbled and Zhuowen disappeared from the spot. Master, really? Watching Zhuowen disappear before her eyes, Wu Dai curled her lips and stomped her foot. She felt somewhat helpless in her heart. In the sea of misery where the Emperor's tomb was located, a corpse floated to the surface of an inconspicuous reef. The corpse, which was originally drifting with the current, immediately stopped. If one were to look carefully, the corpse's 4 limbs were completely broken. Its entire body was swollen and looked quite miserable. CI. When the corpse slammed into the reef, its originally tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. It was a pair of incomparably dark eyes, as if there was an endless abyss in them. Strands of black qi started to linger around the corpse's broken limbs. Under the effect of the black qi, the severed limbs of the corpse started to slowly regrow. When the limbs were completely regrown, the person took a step into the embittered sea and leapt to the top of the reef. Zhuowen, you've ruined this king's plan to break the seal. You deserve to die. The eyes of this figure flickered as he cursed in an extremely vicious manner. Soon after, he once again spoke in a low voice. Fortunately, this seat had left a strand of my will within Mu Feng's body. Although that Zhuowen had forced Mu Feng to self-destruct his sea of consciousness, it just so happened to give this strand of my will the opportunity to successfully seize Mu Feng's body. However, this king's will and strength are truly too weak. Looks like I need to sneak into the Azure Dragon main hall and wait for an opportunity to slowly recover. I'll settle the score with that Zhuowen sooner or later. The figure slowly raised his head, revealing an exceedingly grim expression. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this figure as Mu Feng, who had committed suicide. Naturally, the real Mu Feng had already died. At this moment, the strand of the heavenly worm's will that existed in this body. Furthermore, it was an extremely weak strand of his will. Descendant of the Ryuka, and killing the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy. If I return to the Azure Dragon main hall with the identity of Mu Feng and inform the Blue Dragon Hall about these 2 things, I'm afraid that it would be a great merit. Next, I just need to hibernate in the Blue Dragon Hall and recover. Mu Feng's low and deep voice slowly rang out. In the next moment, he stomped his foot on the reef. The powerful force behind his stomp caused the reef to shatter apart, while he shot out explosively like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Zhuan naturally did not know that Mu Feng had been taken over by the heavenly worm's will and had come back to life. If he knew about it, he might have completely destroyed Mu Feng's corpse back then. Chapter 1300. Black Dragon Empire. After entering the Imperial City, Zhuan realized that the Imperial City was much more prosperous than before. There were even more cultivators here. Moreover, the city walls of the Imperial City were much thicker and taller than before. They must have been specially repaired after the previous battle. Walking on the huge street, Zhuan was surprised to find that the name of the Qingxian Empire had been changed to the Black Dragon Empire from the conversations of the people around him. The new emperor of the Black Dragon Empire was called Emperor Bai. Zhuan knew that Emperor Bai was probably Bai Mei. Looks like Bai Mei is interested. Hearing that the Qingxian Empire had been renamed to the Black Dragon Empire, Zhuan's lips curled into a smile. Moreover, from the discussions of the cultivators around him, it seemed that they had a good impression of Emperor Bai and respected him. It seemed that after a few months, Bai Mei had managed to keep the imperial capital in good order. Walking slowly towards the imperial city's dungeon, Zhuan was not in a hurry to summon Bai Mei. Instead, he strolled around the imperial city, quietly looking at the people and things around him. He sighed in his heart. The imperial city was a place that left a deep impression on him. This place carried many of his memories. Previously, because of the battle with Emperor Qing, he did not have the time to take a good look at this place. Now that he had settled everything, he naturally wanted to take a good look at the imperial city. However, the more he looked, the more he felt that things had changed. The imperial city had changed too quickly. Get out of the way. All of you get out of the way. Don't block my view. Otherwise, all of you will be caught and beheaded. Suddenly, a delicate cry was heard from the front of the street. Soon after, Zhuan was surprised to discover that the originally densely packed crowd in front of him had consciously parted. Moreover, he could sense that the faces of those who had parted were filled with intense fear. It's actually the daughter of the country guarding marquis, Miss Qin Xuanmei. The country guarding marquis is a big shot recently promoted by Emperor Bai. His position in the imperial city is extremely high, only below Emperor Bai. He is a very popular person now. We can't afford to offend the daughter of such a person. Otherwise, we might really be caught and beheaded. That would be too unjust. Let's get out of the way. Don't block the way. Suddenly, there was a burst of whispers in the surroundings. Zhuan also looked in front of him in surprise. He had never heard of this country guarding marquis before. However, from the discussions around him, he knew that the country guarding marquis should have been promoted recently. He should be Bai Mei's confidant. In front of them, a woman in a light red dress was riding a huge griffin and rushing towards them. This woman had a graceful figure. Her waist was like a water snake, and there was a belt with red stripes. If one looked closely, the belt was actually a small snake that was constantly spitting out its tongue. At this moment, the woman was skillfully driving the griffin as she chased after a black shadow in front of her. The black shadow was extremely fast. Even though the woman in red was riding the griffin, she was unable to catch up to it in a short while. Zhuan narrowed his eyes and saw that the black shadow that was escaping in front of him was actually a python that was about a meter long. This python was quite strange. It actually had 3 heads. 3-headed flaming spirit snake? No, it's a little different from a 3-headed flaming spirit snake. Zhuan narrowed his eyes. He realized that this python was similar to the 3-headed flaming spirit snake that he had encountered in the dragon vein. However, the 3-headed flaming spirit snake was fiery red all over. Although this python also had 3 heads, its surface was dark gold. Moreover, the aura of this 3-headed flaming spirit snake was far more powerful than the 3-headed flaming spirit snake. However, Zhuan realized that this 3-headed flaming spirit snake was not large in size. It was probably still in its infancy and was not very powerful. It was probably around the level of an ultimate emperor. Although the woman in red's aura was weaker than this 3-headed flaming spirit snake and was only around the level of an ultimate emperor, there were 2 figures following behind her. These two figures' auras were much more powerful. They were actually ultimate emperors. It was because of the two figures behind the woman that the three-headed flaming spirit snake was escaping in such a sorry state. Let's see where you can run to. The distance between the griffin and the three-headed flaming spirit snake was getting closer and closer. Finally, the woman swung her right hand and pulled out the small snake at her waist. She used it as a whip and flung it out. The small snake was not ordinary. The moment the woman flung it out, the snake's body immediately swelled to several feet long. Extremely blazing flames appeared on its skin. In an instant, a sea of fire appeared and blocked the three-headed flaming spirit snake's path. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The little snake hissed a few times as its path was blocked. However, its reaction speed was extremely fast. With a swing of its tail, it changed its direction and rushed to the side. The direction it was rushing towards was exactly where Zhuan was. Zhuan raised his eyebrows. He did not expect the three-headed flaming spirit snake to choose him. Could it be that he had concealed his aura and was like an ordinary cultivator, so it chose him to be a pushover? Thinking of this, Zhuan was a little amused. The three-headed flaming spirit snake was only an ultimate eight-wheel emperor. This kind of strength was as insignificant as an ant in front of him. However, his gaze quickly turned cold. The griffin girl also reacted. With a wave of her hand, the flaming python in her hand was flung over. Terrifying flames burst out and directly enveloped Zhuan and the three-headed flaming spirit snake. The cultivators who were originally standing not far from Zhuan scattered like birds and beasts. Their faces were filled with lingering fear. This guardian guarding marquis daughter, Qin Xuanmei, was indeed unruly. She did not even treat the cultivators as human beings. Although the three-headed flaming spirit snake was heading towards Zhuan, it was not to the extent of attacking him as well. That is a flaming python. The young man's aura was weak just now. Under such an attack, I'm afraid he will be finished. The surrounding cultivators, who had escaped the calamity, rejoiced as they turned their gazes back to the flames. Their eyes were filled with pity. They knew that the young man had suffered an unexpected calamity and was most likely going to meet a tragic end. Swoosh! A black shadow swept out from the flames and attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, they saw the three-headed flaming spirit snake fleeing in panic. However, the three-headed flaming spirit snake's aura was very weak at this moment. It was obvious that it had suffered serious injuries from the attack just now. Let's see where you can run to. Capture it for me. The girl raised her right hand and kept the flaming python in her hand. Then, she ordered the two figures behind her. Yes, miss. The two of them were middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s. They wore heavy black armor. The two of them took a step forward and blocked in front of the three-headed flaming spirit snake. The two of them blasted out a palm at the same time. Yuan power spurted out and set off violent energy ripples. Boom! Under such an attack, the three-headed flaming spirit snake wailed and fell from the sky to the ground. It struggled a few times on the ground, but could not get up for a while. Miss! One of them unceremoniously pinched the three-headed flaming spirit snake in his palm. Yuan power spurted out and formed a transparent prison, causing the three-headed flaming spirit snake to be unable to move. After which, he handed it over to the girl. The corner of the girl's mouth revealed a pleased smile. She extended her jade-like hand and pinched the three-headed flaming spirit snake. She said, "Little fellow, you still want to escape? You should obediently become my pet." Hiss, hiss, hiss. The three-headed flaming spirit snake's body continued to twist and turn. The golden stripes on its body emitted a glow, and its eyes were filled with fury. Hee. It is useless even if you are unwilling. You are destined to become my pet. As she spoke, the girl pinched the three-headed flaming spirit snake and said to the two middle-aged men beside her, "Since we have captured this little fellow, let's return home." Leave? Are you sure you want to leave just like that? Suddenly, an indifferent voice resounded, causing the body of the girl, who had originally turned around, to stiffen. Soon after, the red-clothed girl slowly turned around. When she saw the young man, who was quietly standing at the same spot, Her beautiful eyes revealed a tinge of surprise. "You are actually not dead?" The surrounding people also turned their attention to the young man. The expression in their eyes was no different from the girl's. The young man's aura was not strong, but he was actually unharmed under the girl's attack. This caused the surrounding people to take a few more glances at him. "Oh, you have hidden your cultivation. You are actually unharmed under the attack of my flaming spirit snake?" This time, the red-clothed girl finally sized up the young man in front of her. The surprise in her beautiful eyes quickly turned into a mocking expression. Zhuowen stared indifferently at the red-clothed girl. He pointed at her and said, "Now, kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, you will not have the chance later." When these words came out, the entire surrounding fell into silence. Everyone looked at Zhuowen with a strange gaze. They secretly muttered in their hearts, "Did water enter his brain?" He actually dared to ask the country guarding marquis daughter to kneel down and apologize to her face. Even Qin Xuanmei revealed a startled expression. Soon after, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Suddenly, she laughed softly and said, "You want me to kneel down and apologize?" Zhuowen did not waste any more words. His right hand stretched out in the air. Instantly, the red-clothed girl, who was originally sitting on the griffin, felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on her body. The griffin she was sitting on exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and Qin Xuanmei fell to the ground in the cloud of blood mist. Plop! Qin Xuanmei groaned in pain and knelt on the ground. Countless drops of blood dripped down from midair, dyeing her entire body blood red. She looked like a delicate and beautiful rose. Presumptuous. The two middle-aged men, who were originally beside Qin Xuanmei, had a slight change in expression. They shouted loudly and violently rushed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen slightly tilted his head. His cold, demon-like pupils stared indifferently at the two middle-aged men. Then, he merely stretched out a palm. Yuan power spurted out and transformed into a huge, invisible palm. Plop! Under the invisible palm, the two middle-aged men did not even have the chance to groan before they exploded into two clouds of blood mist. They were deader than dead. Hiss! The moment the two middle-aged men died, the surrounding crowd fell into silence. They stared unwaveringly at the young man, who was bathed in the rain of blood. Their eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 1301. Emperor Baizhua had never been the one to stir up trouble. However, once something happened to provoke him, he would definitely resolve it with lightning speed. He would definitely not drag things out. Blood rained down as Qin Xuanmei knelt on the ground. She finally reacted and screamed. Her voice was extremely loud and piercing. The three-headed snake, which was originally imprisoned beside Qin Xuanmei, flashed its eyes. As the two middle-aged men were killed, the imprisonment on its body naturally collapsed. Hiss! The three-headed snake roared and bit directly at Qin Xuanmei's white neck. Qin Xuanmei, who was originally screaming, naturally did not notice the three-headed snake and was bitten directly. In an instant, Qin Xuanmei's screams weakened. Her face turned green and black. She fell to the ground and began to convulse. "This snake is poisonous." Seeing Qin Xuanmei in such a state, many people around stepped back and stared at the three-headed snake with fear. "Father, save me." Qin Xuanmei convulsed as she took out a jade-colored token and crushed it with trembling hands. At this moment, in the depths of the imperial city, in the vast throne room, a figure in a white robe sat quietly on a futon in the hall. His eyes were narrowed, and the aura in his body was like a storm on the sea. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. In front of this figure, a middle-aged man with a tall and straight posture and sharp eyes stood quietly on one side of the hall. He gazed respectfully at the figure on the futon. Xuanmei? Not good. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's face changed drastically. The aura in his body suddenly surged, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Qin Zhao, what's the matter?" The figure sitting cross-legged on the futon slowly opened his eyes. He turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man. This figure exuded a strong emperor's aura. Strangely, this person's eyebrows were white and long, falling on his cheeks. Emperor Bai, my daughter used the jade pendant just now. I gave it to her. She will only use it when she is in a life and death situation. So, the middle-aged man quickly bowed and said. Emperor Bai was astonished and said, Who in the imperial capital doesn't know your daughter? Someone actually dares to harm your daughter? I don't know. Now that my daughter's life is at stake, would Her Majesty White Emperor? Qin Zhao said anxiously. Let's go, I'll go with you. I want to see who exactly dares to cause trouble in the imperial capital. Emperor Bai stood up and walked out of the throne room slowly. Qin Zhao was overjoyed and quickly followed him. He had not expected Emperor Bai to show up personally. However, he knew that Emperor Bai was doing this for his sake. That was why he had accompanied him to take a look. At the same time, it was also to build his reputation. After all, it had only been a few months since the White Emperor had promoted him to his current position. Although his reputation in the imperial capital was widespread enough, there were still some people who were unconvinced. If the White Emperor appeared in the imperial capital with him this time, the other voices of opposition would probably gradually lessen. Swoosh, swoosh. Emperor Bai and Qin Zhao both had extraordinary cultivation. They took a few steps in the air and arrived at the street where Qin Xuanmei was. When Qin Zhao saw Qin Xuanmei, whose neck was bitten by the three-headed snake and whose cheeks were green and black, his face suddenly changed. Evil beast! Qin Zhao only felt his blood boil. He took a step forward and came to Qin Xuanmei's side. The three-headed snake naturally saw Qin Zhao and immediately fled. It could feel the powerful aura on Qin Zhao's body. Want to run? Die! Qin Zhao shouted angrily. Terrifying Yuan power gushed out. Suddenly, countless Yuan power arrows appeared on the surface of his body and flew in the direction of the three-headed snake. The three-headed snake screamed and twisted its tail to dodge the arrows. However, there were too many Yuan power arrows. The three-headed snake's tail was directly pierced by a Yuan power arrow. Blood spurted out and its body froze in midair. Then, countless Yuan power arrows pierced through it. Puff! The three-headed snake screamed and fell to the ground from midair. Its snake body kept twitching and its aura gradually weakened. After killing the three-headed snake, Qin Zhao immediately came to Qin Xuanmei's side and spat out his Yuan power to prevent the poison from spreading in Qin Xuanmei's body. Xuanmei, this three-headed snake, is only at the ultimate 8-wheel emperor realm. You have Qin Lu and Qin Yan protecting you. I'm going to bite you. Qin Zhao asked while expelling the poison for Qin Xuanmei. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled. Qin Lu and Qin Yan were both at the ultimate 9-wheel emperor realm. How could Qin Xuanmei be bitten by the three-headed snake? Moreover, he also found that Qin Lu and Qin Yan seemed to have disappeared. There was a pool of blood on the ground, which gave him a bad feeling. Father, it was that guy who killed Qin Lu and Qin Yan. It was because of him that I was bitten by the three-headed snake. Qin Xuanmei pointed her jade-like finger at Zhuowen, who was not far away. Her eyes were filled with intense hatred. Her expression was agitated, and her chest was heaving up and down like a bellows. Qin Zhao slowly tilted his head. His cold gaze fell on Zhuowen, who was not far away. He said in a deep voice, You killed Qin Yan and Qin Lu. Do you know who I am? At this moment, the surrounding people also fell silent. Their gazes fell on Qin Zhao and Emperor Bai, and they all revealed looks of whispering. It's actually the country guarding Marquis, Qin Zhao. Even Emperor Bai accompanied him here. He really has a lot of face. Of course. Otherwise, how could the country guarding Marquis rise so quickly? Of course, this is also related to the country guarding Marquis's strength and talent. He has already reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm at the mere age of 37. I'm afraid that he has a high chance of entering the Emperor realm. That's why Emperor Bai thinks so highly of him. Zhuowen crossed his arms. He stared at Qin Zhao with a strange gaze and said, The surrounding people all said that you were the country guarding Marquis. So what? Zhuowen's reaction greatly exceeded Qin Zhao's expectations. He originally thought that after hearing his name, Zhuowen would be afraid, fearful, and even regretful. However, he did not see any of these emotions on Zhuowen's face. The only thing that remained was that eternal calmness. This reaction instantly enraged Qin Zhao. He coldly shouted, "Now you have two choices. First, cripple your own cultivation, kneel on the ground, and crawl over to apologize to Xuanmei. Second, I will cripple you and throw you into the Imperial City's dungeon, never to see the light of day again." "Then what if I choose neither of the two choices?" Zhuowen suddenly replied indifferently. When these words came out, it naturally caused quite a commotion. Everyone's gazes became increasingly strange. This youth was a little too calm. Facing the country-guarding Marquis, who was extremely popular in the Black Dragon Empire, he actually did not seem to care. It was truly strange. "Then I will take it that you have chosen the second choice by default." A cruel smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face. Yuan power burst out from his body. Soon after, he took a step forward and appeared in front of Zhuowen as if he had teleported. He stretched out his right hand, and surging Yuan power gushed out. It formed a huge Yuan power mountain and smashed down on Zhuowen's head. However, Zhuowen just stood there quietly. He did not move, not even lifting his hand. Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, the smile on Qin Zhao's face became even wider. He almost laughed out loud. However, his smile quickly froze. This was because a familiar figure suddenly blocked in front of him. Then, this figure quietly stretched out a hand and gently squeezed. Qin Zhao's attack immediately collapsed. Then, a vast emperor's aura came crushing down. Qin Zhao's forward momentum suddenly stopped. Then, his cheeks flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards and heavily smashed into the ground a dozen meters away. "Your Majesty Emperor, Bai." Qin Zhao barely propped himself up. He stared blankly at the figure that appeared in front of him. This person was none other than Emperor Bai, who had come with him. He was also the supreme leader of the Black Dragon Empire. His heart was filled with doubts. Why did Emperor Bai suddenly attack him? Was it because of the young man behind him? Many people around were also confused. From Qin Zhao attacking the mysterious young man to Emperor by suddenly intercepting Qin Zhao, everything had happened too quickly. However, some warriors with keen senses had already noticed that the mysterious young man was not ordinary. Emperor Bai's action was obviously to protect the young man. So who was this young man? Emperor Bai glanced indifferently at the puzzled Qin Zhao before turning around. Under everyone's gaze, he knelt on one knee in front of Zhuowen and respectfully said, "Bai Mei greets Master." At this moment, the entire street was silent. In that silence, only Bai Mei's voice echoed. Although his voice was not loud, in everyone's ears, it was so loud and clear that it was boundless. This scene was unbelievable in everyone's eyes. Emperor Bai, the ruler of the Black Dragon Empire, knelt on one knee in front of a young man in front of everyone and called him Master. Everyone subconsciously dug their ears, thinking that what they heard was an illusion. Qin Zhao's hands, which were propping himself up, trembled violently. He fell to the ground again involuntarily. He stared at Emperor Bai, who was kneeling on the ground, with his mouth wide open. Emperor Bai's master? Could it be? Qin Zhao muttered softly. He seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly revealed a tinge of regret and fear. He suddenly thought of a person in his mind. A person who had once subverted the entire Qing Xian Empire. Qin Xuanmei, who was standing not far away, was shocked and confused. The hatred in her eyes had long been replaced by shock and confusion. The strongest person in the empire, Emperor Bai, was kneeling on one knee in front of the young man. This scene was too shocking. Zhuowen stared at Emperor Bai, who looked a little nervous. He nodded lightly and said, "Get up." "Yes." Emperor Bai got up slowly and said guiltily, "Master, I did not know that you would suddenly come to visit. I did not know that Qin Xuanmei dared to offend you. Please forgive me. If Master feels uncomfortable, I will immediately kill Qin Xuanmei and Qin Zhao to relieve Master's hatred." Chapter 1302. The Flying Serpent has no feet plop. Suddenly, Qin Zhao and Qin Shumei kneeled on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty by D, please calm down. Please forgive us. Qin Zhao and my daughter did not recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us." Thump, thump, thump. At the same time, Qin Zhao kept kowtowing. His forehead hit the ground and made a dull sound. The people around him were shocked. Qin Zhao, the country guarding marquis of the Black Dragon Empire, knelt on the ground and kowtowed. This scene shocked many warriors in the imperial capital. Bai Mei was unmoved. His gaze fell on Zhuowen. He bowed and said respectfully, "Master, how do you want to punish them?" At this moment, Bai Mei was a little nervous. He was the one who promoted the country guarding marquis. This time, he came out to build momentum for the country guarding marquis and stabilize his position. However, he did not expect that Qin Xuanmei, the daughter of the country guarding marquis, would offend his master, Zhuowen. Bai Mei's only thought was to cut ties with the country guarding marquis. Bai Mei also realized that he could not see through Zhuowen's aura. He remembered that a few months ago, before Zhuowen went to the Misery Sea, he was only at the peak of the celestial venerable rank. However, he could not see through him now. This could only mean that Zhuowen's cultivation had also broken through to the Emperor realm. Thinking of this, Bai Mei was shocked. He knew that when Zhuowen was at the peak of the celestial venerable rank, he had killed someone in the Emperor realm. Now that he had advanced to the Emperor realm, his strength must be even more terrifying. "Do as you see fit," Zhuowen said indifferently. Bai Mei nodded and turned around. He clenched his right hand, and his origin energy turned into a palm. He pointed at Qin Zhao and Qin Xuanmei's lower abdomens. With the sound of a balloon bursting, the two of them spat out a mouthful of blood. "Today, I will destroy your cultivation. From now on, Qin Zhao, your title as the country guarding marquis will be taken away. You will be a commoner and will not be able to enter the imperial capital." After doing this, the white-browed man turned around and stood respectfully behind Zhuowen with a flattering smile on his face. How ruthless! When the surrounding crowd saw Bai Mei's action, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. To a cultivator, crippling his dantian was more cruel than killing him. In this world where martial arts reigned supreme, if one did not have cultivation and strength, they would eventually be reduced to the lowest rung of society and be bullied and humiliated. As for the Marquis Qin Zhao and Qin Xuanmei, they had offended many people. Now that they had offended someone they should not have offended, their cultivation had been destroyed by Emperor Bai. If the two of them were to fall into the hands of their enemies, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Qin Zhao and Qin Xuanmei's faces were as pale as snow. Their eyes were filled with despair. They knew they were done for. "White Brow, take me to the imperial city's prison." Zhuowen did not pay attention to Qin Zhao and Qin Xuanmei. To him, they were not on the same level. He did not need to pay too much attention to them. "Yes, master." Bai Mei cupped his hands together and took the lead, heading towards the underground prison of the imperial city. Zhuowen quietly followed behind him. Rumble. The moment Bai Mei and Zhuowen took off, the throne room in the depths of the imperial city suddenly shook, and the huge throne room suddenly collapsed. What happened? Why did the throne room suddenly collapse? All the cultivators in the imperial capital raised their heads and looked at the collapsed throne room. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Bai Mei and Zhuowen, who were heading towards the underground prison of the imperial city, also stopped and looked in the direction of the throne room in confusion. Rumble. The instant the throne room collapsed, a gigantic black figure that was thousands of feet tall suddenly soared into the sky. That gigantic body stretched across the horizon like a bridge that led to the endless void, as if there was no end to it. The huge figure that appeared above the throne room had a huge snake body that was close to 1,000 feet long. The green scales on its body shone with a terrifying cold light. What was even more strange was that on the back of the huge snake, there was a pair of huge flaming wings that were hundreds of feet long. They looked dazzling. Flying serpent has no feet to fly. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the huge snake body that appeared in the sky and muttered, "Who is it? Killing my bloodline again. The bloodline that I painstakingly nurtured has been killed again. Damn it! The flying serpent roared at the sky. The rolling sound waves were extremely powerful and resounded in everyone's ears. Many warriors covered their ears with their hands, their faces contorted in pain. There were even some weaker martial artists whose faces flushed red and spat out blood under this roar. They actually fainted on the spot. What a terrifying creature. It seems to be a flying serpent with an ancient bloodline. The warriors in the imperial city stared at the roaring flying serpent with fear in their eyes. The flying serpent's roar was already so powerful. If a battle really broke out, it would be earth-shattering. Swoosh! The flying serpent spread its wings and came to the three-headed snake that was lying in a pool of blood. Its huge eyes were filled with terrifying anger. The three-headed snake that was covered with golden patterns was completely dead. Its bloodline had been killed again. The flying serpent was almost mad with anger. Damn humans! All of you must die. Die, die, die. The flying serpent roared and swung its huge tail. Suddenly, with it as the epicenter, a terrifying gust of wind swept up in 100 feet radius. The gust of wind was as sharp as a blade. The warriors in the 100 feet radius did not even have time to react before they were shredded into pieces by the gust of wind. All the buildings in the area collapsed into ruins. Run! The other warriors in the 100 feet radius screamed and retreated. At the same time, their eyes fell on Bai Mei. Emperor Bai, please do something. The flying serpent is too terrifying. I'm afraid its strength has reached the Emperor realm. Emperor Bai was the strongest person in the Black Dragon Empire. Naturally, they would ask for his help immediately. Bai Mei's eyes became extremely solemn. He could feel the terrifying aura from the flying serpent. This aura even made him shudder. At this moment, the soaring serpent had also noticed Bai Mei and Zhuo, one who was following behind. Immediately, it was stunned, its large eyes staring fixedly at Zhuo, one as it said in a venomous voice, "It's you again, it's you again. You must have killed my bloodline again. I want you to pay with your blood." Swoosh! With a furious roar, the soaring serpent charged towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked at the flying serpent with a strange gaze. He was speechless. The flying serpent was really unlucky. The bloodline that it had painstakingly nurtured was killed one after another. Moreover, both times the bloodline was killed, it was directly or indirectly related to Zhuowen. The first time was when Zhuowen killed the three-headed flaming spiritual serpent king. Now, the three-headed snake was also killed because of him. Thinking about it, it seemed that Zhuowen and the flying serpent were destined to clash. "How dare you, evil creature!" Bai Mei cried out loudly and took a step forward. Immediately, a several thousand feet large Bai Mei giant eagle appeared under his feet. With a swoosh sound, both man and eagle shot forward and headed towards the flying serpent. Emperor Bai has used his armor spirit. He should be able to stop the flying serpent. Looking at Bai Mei standing on the huge, white-browed eagle, many people in the imperial capital calmed down. Emperor Bai's strength had been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people in the past few months. Therefore, whenever Emperor Bai fought, many warriors in the imperial capital would subconsciously think that Emperor Bai would win. A mere first-level Emperor realm trash dares to stop me? The flying serpent snorted and flapped its wings. A violent wind swept out and hit Bai Mei. Instantly, the huge white-browed eagle under his feet was annihilated. Puffed. Bai Mei spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He landed heavily on the ground. The imperial capital fell silent in an instant. Emperor Bai had been defeated too quickly. He had been sent flying by the flying serpent as soon as they came into contact. Wasn't the difference a little too big? After a moment of silence, the countless martial artists in the imperial capital were filled with fear. If even the White Emperor was no match for this soaring serpent, who else could? Emperor Bai just called that young man as his master. Perhaps that young man can stop the flying serpent. You're right. Emperor Bai is an Emperor Realm warrior. For Emperor Bai to call him master, this young man is at least a middle-level emperor. He should have no problem dealing with the flying serpent. The warriors in the imperial capital stared at Zhuowen, who was not far away. Their eyes were filled with hope, as if they were grasping at a life-saving straw. Despicable human, you've improved quite quickly. You're already a second-level emperor. However, with your strength, it's still not enough to stop me." The flying serpent's loud voice suddenly rang out. The warriors in the imperial capital, who had been filled with hope, suddenly became gloomy. "He's only a second-level emperor. I'm afraid he's no match for the flying serpent. Looks like the imperial capital is doomed." Not long after the flying serpent's words, many warriors in the imperial capital began to retreat and leave the imperial capital. The soaring serpent's aura was terrifying. It was probably comparable to a mid-level great emperor. Without a mid-level great emperor, it would be difficult to suppress the soaring serpent, let alone the mysterious young man who was only a second-level great emperor. Not enough. Zhuowen slowly raised his head, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. He took a step forward and condensed his immortal chi. A tiger-head great spear appeared in his hand. It was the high-grade emperor weapon he had obtained from the emperor's tomb, the tiger-head clear golden spear. Boom! Zhuowen's right hand tightened, and his arm abruptly stopped in front of him. The tiger-head clear golden spear continued to spin as earth-shaking tiger roars resounded throughout the world. "Humph! You're courting death." The flying serpent snorted coldly. With a swing of its tail, it swept out with countless astral winds, as if it was crushing the entire space. Boom! The flying serpent's tail collided with the tiger-head clear golden spear. Both of them exploded with terrifying energy. Slash! Soon after, countless cultivators in the imperial capital were shocked to discover that the soaring serpent's enormous tail was cut off like tofu by the tiger-head clear gold spear. It fell from the sky, and countless drops of blood drifted down from the sky. Chapter 1303. Saint Rune Law. The flying serpent screamed as it flapped its wings and retreated a few dozen steps. It stared at Zhuowen in shock. The flying serpent had an ancient bloodline, and its body was tough and strong. Even a mid-level emperor would find it difficult to break its body. However, the young man in front of it was only a second-level emperor, but he had cut off its tail in one move. It was terrifying. The flying serpent's attention quickly fell on the tiger-head clear golden spear in Zhuowen's hand. It asked in a low voice, "Is that a high-grade emperor weapon?" Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. He did not say a word. He stepped forward, and immortal energy surged out from his body, infusing it into the tiger-head clear golden spear. A milky white light shot into the sky, and a terrifying aura came crashing down, causing the flying serpent to tremble. "Human, just you wait. I won't let you go so easily." The flying serpent roared furiously. It flapped its wings and disappeared from the sky above the imperial capital like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, it appeared a few hundred meters away. "You can't escape." The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up, and an arc purple lightning spread out from his back, forming a 10-meter-long pair of purple lightning wings. Soon after, there was a rumbling sound as Zhuowen disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away, blocking the soaring serpent's path. "Die!" Zhuowen did not hold back. He twisted his right palm, and the tiger-head clear golden spear spun at high speed. Tiger roars rang out, causing the flying serpent to fall into a momentary daze. When the flying serpent recovered from its daze, the tiger-head clear golden spear had already arrived. The tip of the spear shone with a sharp light as it touched the flying serpent's jaw. Light bloomed, and the tiger-head clear golden spear pierced through the flying serpent's huge body. The moment the tiger-head clear golden spear pierced through the flying serpent's body, it began to expand until it was 1,000 feet long. The sharp tip of the spear pierced through the flying serpent's tail and stopped at the flying serpent's jaw. "Let me go." Mengshi stared fixedly at Zhuowen, his pierced lower jaw trembling slightly as he emitted a rather muffled sound. Zhuowen did not say anything. His right palm suddenly spun, and surging immortal force swept out. The tiger-head clear gold spear emitted a resounding buzzing sound, and immediately the soaring serpent's eyes revealed a pained expression. "Pucci!" An earth-shattering wail rang out. The soaring serpent's colossal body collapsed inch by inch under the tiger-head clear golden spear. Countless droplets of blood fell from the sky, enveloping the entire imperial capital. In the instant that the soaring serpent exploded into a bloody mist, Zhuowen happened to catch a glimpse of a bright red bead floating within the bloody mist. With a wave of his right hand, Zhuowen drew the bead into his palm and examined it carefully. The surface of the bead was covered with bright blood patterns. They were densely packed and looked like snake scales. It was a picturesque sight. This is the soaring serpent's Niden. This soaring serpent possesses an ancient bloodline. The demonic force within this Niden is probably extremely dense. This is good stuff. Xiao Hei's voice rang out, causing Zhuowen to nod his head. At the same time, he also thought of Wu Dai. After all, Wu Dai was the same as the soaring serpent. She also possessed an ancient bloodline. Perhaps this Niden would be of great help to Wu Dai. At the same time, Zhuowen was also sighing in his heart. When he had first entered the dragon vein, the soaring serpent had given him an extremely strong deterrent force. At that time, he could only look up to the soaring serpent and flee in panic. But now, he only needed one move to kill the soaring serpent. Zhuowen felt that the world was unpredictable. At this moment, the entire imperial capital was raining blood, but the cultivators in the imperial capital did not seem to hear it. Their eyes were firmly fixed on the tall figure in the sky. Compared to the colossal soaring serpent, this figure seemed so small and insignificant. However, the power contained within this tiny figure shocked everyone. This was because the powerful and terrifying soaring serpent had been so easily dealt with by this person. So strong. All the cultivators could not help but murmur softly. Their feet seemed to be rooted to the ground as they stood on the spot, their lips trembling. At this moment, Bai Mei also stood up from the ground. He had personally witnessed the figure who had killed the soaring serpent with a single spear strike. His eyes were filled with respect and admiration. Bai Mei, let's go. Bai Mei, who was still in a daze, suddenly heard this voice and could not help but come back to his senses. He nodded his head and hurriedly followed Zhuowen in front of him. However, deep in his eyes, there was a deep emotion. No matter what, the soaring serpent had the strength of a mid-level martial emperor. However, in the hands of Zhuowen, it had been killed in an instant. This strength was indeed terrifying. After Zhuowen and Bai Mei left, the blood rain stopped. In the imperial capital, the cultivators who were still in a daze came back to their senses. Immediately, there was an uproar. So terrifying. Who exactly is that young man? His Majesty Emperor Bai called him master. The terrifying soaring serpent was killed in an instant. This is too powerful. I remember now. Do you know who was the one who destroyed the Qing Xian Empire? It's Zhuowen. Back then, Emperor Qing banished Zhuowen. Do you mean that young man is Zhuowen? After Zhuo Wen's name was mentioned, the surrounding cultivators all fell silent. Zhuo Wen's name could be said to be resounding in the Qing Xian Empire back then. Almost everyone knew him. Now that they heard this name again, everyone felt as if a lifetime had passed. They did not expect that the unknown young man from back then had become so powerful and terrifying. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. This young man was too demonic. The imperial capital's dungeon was still enveloped in a huge sea of fire. Within the sea of fire, there were countless mysterious sealing forces. Standing above the sea of fire, Zhuowen quietly looked down and said softly, "Father, I'm back." Boom! A huge double-headed dragon came from the abyss below the sea of fire. On top of the double-headed dragon, a handsome middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged. At this moment, he raised his head slightly and stared at Zhuowen above. A bright light flashed in his eyes. "You've broken through?" Zhuo Xiaodian chuckled. "I've broken through," Zhuowen replied with a smile. Zhuo Xiaodian laughed and said, "Well done. Previously, you said that your dragon soul is extremely powerful and that you need to be in the Emperor realm to be able to materialize your dragon soul. Now that you've broken through, let me take a look." Zhuowen nodded and pointed at his forehead with his right hand. Suddenly, a dragon's roar surged out from his body. Then, a huge black dragon appeared above the sea of fire. The pair of dark golden dragon eyes looked down at Zhuowen below the sea of fire coldly and emotionlessly. Roar! The double-headed nether dragon below, Zhuo Xiaoyan's feet, let out a low roar and started to become restless. The dragon's body kept shaking as it looked at the huge black dragon in the sky with fear. So huge, Bame took a few steps back with fear in his eyes. The Great Abyss Saint Dragon's aura was very terrifying. Ordinary Emperor Realm martial artists would feel a sense of oppression and fear. What dragon soul is this? Zhuo Xiaoyan's expression froze as he looked at Xiaohe with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He could feel the terrifying aura coming from Xiaohe. He dared to say that this black dragon was definitely in existence that surpassed the 7th grade. It might even be comparable to the 9th grade dragon soul of Ryuka. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what the black dragon's name was. Its name is the Great Abyss Saint Dragon, Zhuowen said softly. The Great Abyss Saint Dragon, Zhuo Xiaoyan murmured in a low voice. Then he stared at Zhuowen and said emotionally, Zhuowen, the dragon soul in your body is very powerful. It's much more powerful than your father's. In the future, you might really be able to lead Ryuka back to glory. Father, take this. Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and took out the wooden token he obtained from the Emperor's tomb. There was a Saint Rune Law engraved on the wooden token. Because Zhuowen's cultivation level wasn't high enough, he couldn't comprehend the Saint Rune Law. It just so happened that Zhuo Xiaoyan needed it. Zhuo Xiaoyan spat out his right palm and blasted a palm-sized hole in the light barrier with all his strength. He then took the wooden token from the hole. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoyan's cultivation level had reached the 9th grade Emperor Realm. Although he couldn't break the imprisonment array, he could still blast a palm-sized hole in the light barrier with all his strength. However, the hole was quickly repaired by the imprisonment array and returned to its original state. If Zhuo Xiaoyan could become an invincible Emperor Realm Master, he could blast a huge hole in the light barrier. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape with the help of the hole. After taking the wooden token, Zhuo Xiaoyan's gaze fell on the strange runes on the surface of the wooden token. His eyes suddenly burst out with light. Saint Rune Law. Zhuowen, where did you get the Saint Rune Law? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked excitedly. Zhuowen smiled and briefly explained the Emperor's tomb. Only then did Zhuo Xiaoyan understand the origin of the wooden token. Father, I don't know anything about the Saint Rune Law. May I know what the Saint Rune Law in this wooden token means? Zhuowen asked curiously. Zhuo Xiaoyan carefully examined the runes on the wooden token and said indifferently, although I haven't fully comprehended the Saint Rune Law, I can see that the Saint Rune Law in this wooden token should be the wind law of the elements. This kind of law is considered a relatively common law. It has a certain degree of attack power and also has powerful speed. Wind law? Are there different types of laws? Zhuowen was stunned and immediately asked. It was his first time coming into contact with the Saint Rune Law, so he was extremely curious about it. Of course, there are different types. The Saint Rune Law is a mysterious power comprehended by a saint from the laws of heaven and earth. There are various elements in the laws of heaven and earth, such as wind, lightning, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and so on. In addition to some common laws, there are also some rare but extremely powerful laws, such as time, space, life, death, and so on. The world contains all things, so the laws of nature are also varied and varied. Zhuowen nodded, and his eyes revealed a look of understanding. He continued, Then what kind of law did Father comprehend before? Chapter 1304. The End of the Sea of Bitterness. Father, how long will it take to comprehend the law of wind? Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. Zhuowen was taken aback for a moment before replying. This is the first time your father has come into contact with the law of wind. Although I have a ready-made law of Saint Runes in my possession, it will still take some time to comprehend and refine them into my body. Zhuowen, do you have other matters to attend to? To tell you the truth, Zhuowen sighed softly and told his father about Mu Qinxue, causing a strange expression to appear on his face. Mu Qinxue. the current holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect. At this point, Zhuo suddenly burst into laughter. We father and son are really fated to meet each other. The other half we found is actually the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. Your mother is the saintess of the previous generation, and your partner is actually the saintess of this generation. Zhuo spread his hands and said helplessly, "Perhaps it's an ill-fated relationship." It is indeed an ill-fated relationship. Boy, you can't let the Burning Heaven sect know about your feelings for that little girl. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Your father is a good example, Zhuo said with a sigh. Zhuo fell silent, but soon after, he suddenly smiled and said, "Father, I don't agree with your point of view. Since I like Mu Qinxue and Mu Qinxue likes me, we are mutually in love. In the future, I will lead Ryuka to rise, destroy the Blue Dragon Hall, and openly marry Mu Qinxue. So what if the Burning Heaven sect knows about our feelings? I will prove to the Burning Heaven sect that I, Zhuo, am qualified to marry her." Staring at the youth in front of him, Zhuo eyes were slightly moved, but he laughed and said, "Good, you're right. There's no need to hide things like feelings. Since both of you love each other, then be together. I believe that with your talent, you can definitely lead Ryuka to glory. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the Burning Heaven sect will try to curry favor with you." "Father, I heard that Mother is trapped in the Burning Heaven sect's Burning Flame Pagoda. I wonder if she's in danger?" Perhaps thinking of something, Zhuo's gaze suddenly focused on Zhuo as he asked cautiously. The smile on Zhuo face stiffened, and a touch of sadness appeared in his eyes. "Xiao shouldn't be in any danger because she is the daughter of the current sect master. However, she might suffer because of me." Zhuo's pupil shrank, and he said in a deep voice, "Father, as long as you become an invincible Emperor Lord and then advance to a quasi-holy, or even a sage, I don't believe that the Burning Heaven sect master won't recognize you." Zhuo shook his head and said, "Zhuo, it's not that easy. Becoming a sage is more difficult than becoming an Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, with the strength of the Burning Heaven sect, they definitely have more than one sage. Even if I become a sage, the sect master won't necessarily recognize me. But even if I have to snatch Xiao, I will snatch her back. At that time, our family of 3 can have a good reunion." "Oh, right. How's your grandfather?" Zhuo suddenly asked, perhaps thinking of something. "Grandfather is in the Azure Dragon Hall. We plan to cultivate Ryuka forces there." Zhuo replied softly. Zhuo nodded. Regarding the matter of the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuo had told him before. Even he could not help but envy Zhuo wins luck in his heart. To actually be able to profit from a disaster and obtain the inheritance of a saint, this luck could be said to be extremely heaven-defying. "Does your main body plan to enter the 9th Netherworld realm now?" Zhuo asked again. However, Zhuo hesitated. Although he was worried about Mu Qinxue, he wanted to stay here and protect his father. After he completely comprehended the law of sacred runes and broke through to the invincible Emperor realm, he would be able to break through the array. "Looking at you, you should still be worried about your little lover. Don't worry about me. Go to the 9th Netherworld realm. After I successfully break through the array, I will go to the inner court to find you." Zhuo laughed and said rather heroically. Zhuo looked at Zhuo gratefully and nodded solemnly. "Thank you, father. But be careful on the road. Your father will come to find you soon. When the time comes, I will be your backer." Zhuo said straightforwardly. "Okay." Zhuo nodded solemnly. Then, he took a step into the air and disappeared from the sky above the imperial city like an arrow that had left the bow. Xiao, on the other hand, transformed into a black beam of light and entered Zhuo's body. "White Brow, protect my father well. When my father escapes, he may give you a good fortune." After Zhuo disappeared, his voice echoed between heaven and earth. White Brow, who was floating not far away, nodded vigorously and bowed slightly in the direction that Zhuo left. With Zhuo's current speed, it naturally didn't take much time to return to auspicious Spirit Island. However, When he returned to Auspicious Spirit Island, he heard a piece of bad news. Yao Dai had passed away 3 days ago. Master, Aunt Yao, she woo woo woo. When he returned to the pavilion where Wu Dai and Yao Dai were, Wu Dai threw herself into Zhuan's arms and cried nonstop. Looking at Wu Dai's delicate appearance, a trace of pity rose in Zhuan's heart. At this moment, close to 1,000 demon soldiers were kneeling on the ground outside the pavilion. Their eyes were filled with sorrow as they respectfully sent off Old Wang. Wu Dai, you're already a 4th-level demon emperor? Patting Wu Dai's head, Zhuan suddenly realized something. His right hand suddenly froze as he looked at Wu Dai with a strange expression. Wu Dai's emotions also stabilized, but the rim of her eyes was still a little red. She said in a low voice, "Before Aunt Yao passed away, she passed on all her demon power to me. That's why I was able to break through to the 4th-level demon emperor in such a short time." "I see," Zhuan murmured with a look of understanding. "Master, before Aunt Yao passed away, her only wish was for me to enter the demon nether realm in the 9 netherworld realm. She hoped that I could join the demon god palace in the demon nether realm. But speaking until here, Wu Dai bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Zhuan, her face full of grievance and reluctance. Looking at Wu Dai's appearance, Zhuan naturally guessed what she was thinking. She probably couldn't bear to part with him. After all, although he was going to the 9 netherworld realm, he was going to the divine nether realm in the inner court. However, he knew about the demon nether realm. There was an extremely vast continent inside called the demon domain. That continent was filled with demon clan members. It was a paradise for demon clan members. Moreover, it was said that if a demon emperor entered the demon nether realm to cultivate, his cultivation speed would be much faster than outside. This was because the air in the demon nether realm was not filled with yuan qi, but demon qi. Demon qi could be directly absorbed by demon emperors and transformed into demon power. Although demon emperors could also use yuan qi to transform it into demon power, the process was much less efficient than absorbing demon qi. Therefore, Wu Dai entering the demon nether realm to cultivate was undoubtedly a wise decision. This was also Wu Dai's long-cherished wish. Zhuan rubbed Wu Dai's head and smiled. "Since this is Wu Dai's long-cherished wish, you should follow her into the demon nether realm. That place is indeed suitable for demon emperors to cultivate. When you have some accomplishments, we will naturally meet again. Perhaps when we meet again, it will be you protecting me." Wu Dai curled her lips. However, she also knew that Zhuan was right. The demon nether realm was indeed very suitable for her to cultivate. If she still followed Zhuan into the divine nether realm, she was afraid that she would be pulled further and further away from Zhuan. When that time came, she would probably become a burden to Zhuan. Wu Dai was very clear about Zhuan's talent. If she didn't work hard to improve herself, she wouldn't have the qualifications to stand beside Zhuan when the time came. By the way, this is the inner core of a soaring dragon snake. Take it and refine it when you have time. It will be quite beneficial to you. Zhuan took out an inner core from his spirit ring and handed it to Wu Dai with a smile. Wu Dai waved her jade-like hand and held it in her palm. A sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Her previous depression instantly vanished as she sweetly said, "Master is still the best. Hee. We're going to the 9 netherrealm now. By the way, what about these demon soldiers?" Withdrawing his right hand, Zhuan suddenly pointed at the 1,000 demon soldiers behind him and turned his head to ask. "Naturally, they have to carry it with them. Aunt Yao gave me this before." As Wu Dai spoke, she extended her jade-like hand and took out a bullhorn. The surface of the bullhorn was engraved with complicated runes. It should be a fairly powerful emperor artifact. Wu Dai formed a seal with her right hand. Suddenly, spatial energy gushed out from the tip of the bullhorn. Shortly after, the 1,000 demon soldiers outside disappeared on the spot. They turned into specks of light and entered the bullhorn. Zhuan looked at the bullhorn in Wu Dai's hand in amazement. It seemed that this bullhorn should be a spatial emperor artifact. It was actually able to carry over 1,000 demon soldiers. It was quite rare. After doing all this, Zhuowen chatted with Grandmaster Lan Miao for a while. Then, he took Wu Dai and left the auspicious God Island on the Sun Moon Shuttle. After Zhuowen left the auspicious God Island with Wu Dai, at the end of the Sea of Misery, a huge sailboat swept past the clouds. On the surface of the sea, at the end of the Sea of Misery, there were 9 stone tablets floating. Each stone tablet was several thousand feet in size. They stood on the surface of the sea, towering between the heavens and the earth. They looked extremely majestic. On each of the 9 stone steels, there were words written on them. The first stone steel wrote Dragon Underworld, the second stone steel wrote Divine Underworld, and so on. The 9th stone steel wrote Night Underworld. Behind each stone tablet, there was a corresponding location of a netherworld, which was the entrance to the netherworld. The cloud sail stopped in front of the 9 stone tablets. Everyone on the deck stared at the 9 stone tablets with shock in their eyes. It was the first time that they had seen such a huge stone tablet. This is the end of the Sea of Misery. The area is extremely hidden. If you have not entered the 9 Netherworld realm, you will definitely not be able to find the sea area and these 9 huge stone tablets. Zhuowen, you can mark this place properly. When your real body comes over, you will not get lost. Standing at the head of the deck, Moy and Bai Yan's indifferent voice rang out as he explained the 9 stone tablets in front of everyone. The Sea of Misery is really big. The cloud sail is so fast, but still took 2 months. Buddha Zhuowen stared at the 9 stone tablets and muttered in a low voice. This time, we are entering the divine netherworld realm. There is a spatial teleportation array in these stone tablets. When we get close to these stone tablets, we will be teleported into the divine netherworld realm. However, during the process of entering, there will be a powerful spatial tearing force. If martial artists below the Emperor realm enter, they will definitely die. So, if your strength is below the Emperor realm, please take care of those around you. Chapter 1305. Divine Nether Realm. The moment it entered the stone tablet, the cloud-piercing sail actually shook violently, causing everyone on the deck to stagger. Fortunately, none of them were ordinary people, so they quickly recovered. What a strong tearing force! On the deck, Buddha Zhuowen instantly noticed the tearing force around his body. His Buddha avatar's body had already reached the level of immortality. Although the tearing force was strong, when it landed on his body, it did not cause him to be harmed in the slightest. On the other hand, the others all released their origin energy, forming a protective barrier around their bodies, resisting the powerful tearing force that surged towards them. Everyone, hold on for a while. This teleportation process won't take long. Mo Yin, Bai Yin cautiously instructed. Sure enough, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the tearing force around them completely disappeared. Everyone only felt their vision change, and they discovered that the cloud-piercing sail was actually floating on top of a rather steep cliff. This cliff was not high, and at the bottom of the cliff, there was a group of people gathered. The arrival of the cloud-piercing sail naturally attracted the attention of this group of people, but they only took a glance and no longer paid attention to it. This was because ships would often pass by the entrance of the divine nether realm, so they were not surprised. That is, Buddha Zhuowen and the rest quickly noticed that there was an extremely large stone arch in front of them. At this moment, in front of the stone arch, there were dozens of lines, and each line had nearly 1,000 people, like a long dragon. There are actually 3 suns? Suddenly, Lu Hantian's surprised voice resounded. It attracted the attention of the other people on the deck. They raised their heads and saw that there were 3 huge suns floating in the azure sky. They were emitting a scorching heat, which made everyone's body feel hot and dry. The divine nether realm is a small world created by the combined efforts of the saints who live there. Some of the natural landscapes inside were created with the aesthetics of the saints. It's not strange for there to be 3 suns. Mo Yan Bai Yin explained with a smile. As the principal of the Divine Academy's outer court, he had naturally entered before, so his understanding of the divine nether realm was naturally much better than everyone else. That stone arch is a divine gate, the entrance to the divine nether realm. However, you have to pay a certain amount of spirit stones to enter. Mo Yen by Yen explained once again. How many spirit stones do you need? Zhuowen asked curiously. 1 top-grade spirit stone per person. Mo Yen by Yen shrugged his shoulders and said, So expensive. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other. Most of them did not have top-grade spirit stones on them, so this became a problem for them. Don't worry, I have enough top-level spirit stones with me. Just follow me when the time comes. Mo Yen by Yen smiled. With a wave of his sleeve, he stored the cloud-piercing sail into his spirit ring. Soon after, he led everyone to choose a team and waited silently. There were dozens of guards standing at the gate. Each of them wore a special uniform. Zhuowen noticed that they were all mid-level emperors. The guards at the gate were also mid-level emperors. The 9 Nether Realm was indeed worthy of being the holy land of martial Dao in the Eastern Land. The number of experts inside would probably far exceed everyone's expectations. After getting off the cloud-piercing sail, the demon Dao avatar had already turned into a demon eye and hid in Zhuowen's body. In the process of waiting, Zhuowen silently comprehended the mysteries of the Buddha and demon energies, trying to understand the reason why the two were incompatible. During the 2 months on the cloud-piercing sail, Zhuowen had tried to combine the Buddha and demon energies to create a powerful Buddha and demon energies. However, ended in failure. Although he failed, Zhuowen had some gains. He discovered that if he combined a small amount of Buddha and demon energies, he could create a palm-sized Buddha and demon lotus. However, its power was extremely limited, not even comparable to the full power attack of his demon Dao avatar. However, Zhuowen was unwilling to give up. He knew that if he combined all the Buddha and demon energies of his demon Dao avatar and demon Dao avatar, the power produced would definitely be earth-shattering. However, he did not have the ability to do so. Back then, how did the fighting Buddha demon saint combine these 2 completely different types of energy and create the power of Buddha and demon? The more he comprehended the essence of the 2 energies, the more terrifying Zhuowen felt that the fighting Buddha demon saint was. To be able to go against common sense and combine Buddha and demon Dao was an extremely crazy thing. Moreover, the fighting Buddha demon saint was able to accomplish such a crazy thing. Zhuowen could not help but admire him. The team advanced in an orderly manner. After about 4 hours, it was Mo Yen and Bai Yan's turn. Mo Yen and Bai Yan paid 12 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. Although Mo Yen and Bai Yan were elegant, Zhuowen could keenly sense that the corners of Mo Yen and Bai Yan's eyes were slightly twitching. Obviously, 12 pieces of top-grade spirit stones were quite a large expense for Mo Yen and Bai Yan. Let's go in. After the guard received the spirit stones, he said and no longer paid any attention to Mo Yen and Bai Yan's group. Let's go. After passing through the Divine Gate, everyone realized that the scenery on the other side of the Divine Gate was completely different. They were standing on a stone platform that was dozens of feet wide. This stone platform was suspended above the clouds. A gentle breeze blew past and swept past their faces, giving them a numb feeling. What a vast continent! Is the continent below the divine Nether Realm? Standing on the edge of the stone platform, Zhuowen looked down. There were valleys with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. There were tall and straight mountain peaks that were like pine trees. There were picturesque plains and densely packed cities on the ground. Moreover, everyone also noticed that on the vast land below, there was a river that was as wide as a python. It extended from one end of the continent to the other end. It actually divided the entire continent into 2. At a glance, it looked like a Taiji diagram. That river is the Divine River. The Divine River is the most famous scenery in the Divine Nether Realm. This Divine River has the effect of curing hundreds of poisons. Moreover, after drinking it, it can strengthen the physique of an ordinary human. It also has the effect of prolonging one's life. However, these effects are not too obvious for Imperial Power Realm warriors. Mo Yen and Bai Yan pointed at the huge river below and explained with a smile. This divine river actually has such an effect. No wonder the warriors in the 9th Netherworld realm are generally stronger than those in the outside world. I'm afraid it has something to do with the special geographical location of the ninth netherworld realm. Luhan Tian stared at the divine river with a sharp light in his eyes. Although this divine river did not have much of an effect on the imperial power realm, the humans who were born in the divine nether realm, if they bathed in the divine river from a young age and drank the water of the divine river as they grew up, regardless of physique or aptitude, they would far surpass many warriors in the outside world. After all, the starting line of the warriors in the ninth netherworld realm was much higher than that of the outside world. At the end of the divine river is the endless mountain range. That mountain range is the territory of the divine nether academy. Within the endless mountain range, there are 9 huge mountain peaks. You should have noticed them, right? Moyen and Bai Yin pointed at the distance. Zhuowen and the rest could see the endless mountain range at the end of the divine river. Just as Moyen and Bai Yin had said, there were 9 towering mountain peaks within the mountain range. These 9 mountain peaks were extremely eye-catching, because if one looked carefully, one could see that these 9 mountain peaks did not appear to be naturally formed. Instead, they appear to be man-made. These 9 mountain peaks are the core buildings of the Inner Academy. Every mountain peak represents a great power within the Inner Academy. The sky capital peak that Elder Huaxia is at is one of these 9 mountain peaks. When Elder Huaxia was mentioned, there was a slight fluctuation in Moyen and Bai Yan's eyes. If Elder Huaxia had not risked his life to use a secret technique, he would not have been able to escape from Mu Feng's evil clutches. Other than the sky capital peak, what are the other 8 mountain peaks called? Jianan, who had a lively character, asked with great interest. The other 8 mountain peaks are the mysterious underworld peak, Yangming Peak, mysterious Yuan Peak, Great Void Peak, Taichung Peak, Great Jade Peak, Hidden Sword Peak, and Divine Devil Peak. These 8 mountain peaks and the sky capital peak are the central area of the entire Inner Academy. It is also the gathering place of the Inner Academy's disciples. Before Moyen and Bai Yin could open their mouths, Moyen Wushang, who was standing beside them, took the initiative to speak. His clear and melodious voice was like that of an oriole. Of course, other than the 9 mountain peaks of the Inner Academy, there is another building that is extremely famous. It is the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace. It is said that the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace contains the core origin of the holy symbol of ice and fire. Its power is boundless and its aura is monstrous. Many disciples of the Inner Academy use the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace to cultivate. Its nature is similar to the cultivation tower of the Outer Academy. However, the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace is many times more helpful to cultivation than the cultivation tower. When Moyen Wushang said this, Zhuowen, who was not far away, gradually narrowed his eyes. He thought to himself, the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace? When he had obtained the trace of origin of the holy symbol of Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, the symbol spirit had suddenly appeared and set a promise with him of 10 years. It wanted him to reach the Inner Academy of Fine Deity Academy within 10 years and pass the first 8 levels of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace. At that time, the symbol spirit would pull him into the deepest level of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace and obtain the real holy symbol of ice and fire. Moreover, there was still a few years before the 10 years, so Zhuan was not in a hurry. Let's go. Let's enter the Inner Academy's Sky Capital Peak first. I still have to give the identity token of Elder Huaxia to the Sky Capital Peak's Old Man Tiandu. After all, Elder Huaxia died in the Outer Academy, so I have to give the Sky Capital Peak an explanation. Moyen Bai Yin waved his sleeves and took out the sky-piercing sail again. He led the group across the entire continent and swept toward the end of the Divine River. Not long after Moyen Bai Yin and the others left, a black cloud rapidly swept over in front of the 9 huge stone tablets at the end of the Bitter Sea and stopped in front of the tablets. The black cloud slowly wriggled and revealed a tall and straight figure. This person's eyes were pitch black as he stared at the first tablet of the Dragon Wasteland. He sneered and said, "Let's enter the Dragon Wasteland first." With Mufang's status, I should be able to obtain a high position in the Blue Dragon Hall soon. As long as I release Shuan's news, the Blue Dragon Hall will naturally help me get rid of that little bastard. Hee hee. Chapter 1306. Hall, master the scenery of the Dragon Wasteland, was completely different from that of the Divine Wasteland. It was similarly a huge, small world, with plains, mountains, rivers, and many cities. However, it was not the sun that was suspended in the sky above the Dragon Wasteland. Instead, it was 100,000 feet large green dragon. Green light flickered in this world, dyeing it green, causing it to appear extremely strange. At the center of the Dragon Wasteland was an extremely huge building complex. Every single building was in the shape of a dragon, representing a huge dragon. The interior was arranged in a picturesque manner, with hundreds and thousands of buildings scattered all over. Every single one of them was in the shape of a dragon, appearing as though 10,000 dragons had emerged from the sea. It was an extremely spectacular sight. At the center of the building complex was an extremely huge stone dragon. This stone dragon roared towards the sky. Its dragon scales were distinct, arranged in a picturesque manner, and appeared extremely lifelike. If one were to carefully observe it, one would discover that this stone dragon contained a huge palace. This palace was the Blue Dragon Hall, the overlord faction of the Dragon Wasteland. Swoosh! Mufang's speed was extremely quick, and he landed in front of this palace. There were 2 guards in green armor at the entrance of the palace. When Mufang approached, the 2 of them subconsciously blocked him outside. I'm the 10th Green Dragon Envoy, Feng Mu. Do the 2 of you dare to stop me? Mufang took out his identity token and spoke in an indifferent voice. The 2 guards glanced at the identity token before bowing and saying, "So it's Lord Green Dragon Envoy. Please forgive us for our earlier offense." Mufang nodded before keeping his identity token. Soon after, he entered the palace. 10th brother. Not long after Mufang entered the palace, a surprised voice was transmitted from his side. Mufang turned his head to look and immediately saw 2 figures walking over from his left side. One of the 2 figures was a hunchbacked, white-haired old man, while the other was a fair-faced young man. The only similarity was that the auras from these 2 people were extremely frightening. They were even stronger than the 8th Green Dragon Envoy that Mufang had summoned back then. The black chi in Mufang's eyes slowly withdrew, as a slight smile appeared from the corners of his mouth. It's actually 6th brother and 7th brother. From Mufang's words, one could tell that these 2 were likely the 6th and 7th Green Dragon Envoy. Old 10, it's been a long time since you left the Dragon Wasteland. I really don't know what you were doing when you left. The stooped, white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and spoke in a sinister tone. This old man was the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy, while the young man beside him was the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy. When the 2 of them saw Mufang, they didn't show any enthusiasm. Instead, they were somewhat eccentric. Mufang's eyes narrowed slightly before he replied with a faint smile. 6th brother, you must be joking. During this period of time, I've also been traveling outside to see if I can obtain some opportunities and fortuitous encounters. Oh, then, Old 10, did you obtain an opportunity? The 6th Azure Dragon Envoy laughed. There was, but it was all for naught in the end. When he said those words, Mufang revealed an expression of pity. His appearance naturally attracted the interest of the 6th Azure Dragon Envoy and the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy. Old 10, tell me about it. The 7th Azure Dragon Envoy asked curiously. Mufang's eyes flickered as he recounted the events that had happened in the Sea of Misery. He spoke about the Emperor's tomb, the Arcanist Saint Master's inheritance, and the death of the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy. Old 8 is dead. The 6th Azure Dragon Envoy and the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy looked at each other. Their expressions immediately became ugly. Although the 10 great Azure Dragon Envoys of the Blue Dragon Hall were all on their own, there were naturally good and bad relationships between them. The 6th, 7th, and 8th Azure Dragon Envoys were usually very close. Although they weren't like blood brothers, they weren't far off. Now that they heard that the 8th Azure Dragon Envoy had actually died, their expressions naturally became ugly. That's right. Old Eighth was killed by that Zhuowen, because that fellow had obtained the inheritance of the Emperor's Tomb's master. Moreover, he had also obtained a profound saint artifact from within. It was precisely by relying on that profound saint artifact that Zhuowen was able to catch Old Eighth off guard and kill him. Mu Feng said meaningfully. The inheritance of an arcana saint master and a profound saint artifact? The 6th and 7th Azure Dragon envoys exclaimed in a low voice. Soon after, a trace of greed appeared in their eyes. Profound saint artifacts were extremely precious items to them. Seeing the greed in their eyes, a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of Mu Feng's mouth. He only said that Zhuowen possessed a profound saint artifact. However, he didn't say that the profound saint artifact was actually severely damaged. His goal was to arouse the greed of the two. Moreover, that Zhuowen is a Ryuka descendant. If I'm not wrong, the dragon soul that has awakened within his body should be a grade 9 dragon soul. Mu Feng suddenly said in a serious tone. When these words were spoken, the pupils of the 6th and 7th Azure Dragon envoys shrank as they stared at Mu Feng. Only then did the 6th Azure Dragon envoy say in a somewhat serious tone, Old 10, you're not speaking nonsense, right? That Zhuowen is really a Ryuka descendant and even possesses a grade 9 dragon soul? Both of them knew how terrifying a grade 9 dragon soul was. Because 10,000 years ago, every patriarch of the Ryuka Hall had awakened a grade 9 dragon soul. Every patriarch of the Ryuka Hall was basically a world-shaking figure. 10,000 years ago, a grade 9 dragon soul actually represented a peerless genius. If they didn't fall, they would definitely become an extremely dazzling existence in the entire Eastern lands, or even the entire continent. Even their Blue Dragon Hall Master's Dragon Soul had not reached grade 9. It was merely grade 8. However, this was already dazzling enough. Within the same cultivation level, there were very few cultivators who could be a match for their Blue Dragon Hall Master. Now that their Blue Dragon Hall Master had reached the Saint Realm, his battle prowess was even more terrifying. In one fell swoop, he had developed the Blue Dragon Hall Master into the number 1 force in the 9 Netherworld Realm. Moreover, among all the saints in the 9 Netherworld Realm, the strength of the Blue Dragon Hall Master was undeniably the strongest. This matter needs to be reported to the Hall Master. The 6th Azure Dragon Envoy also understood the seriousness of this matter. After saying those words, he led the 7th Azure Dragon Envoy towards the depths of the large hall, while Mu Feng followed behind with a smile. In the depths of the Blue Dragon Hall, there was actually a huge hall. Strangely, there were stars in the night sky above the hall. Between those stars, there were many dragon shadows lingering, making it look extremely majestic. At the center of the hall, there was a red carpet. At the end of the red carpet, there was a flight of stairs. At the top of the stairs, there was a dragon-shaped throne. An imposing figure was faintly discernible as he quietly sat on the throne. Although the light in the hall was rather bright, a shadow had strangely appeared in front of this person, covering his face and making it impossible to see his appearance. Hall Master, the 6th and 7th Azure Dragon envoys, and Mu Feng all lowered their heads and respectfully greeted. The soul jade of the 8th Azure Dragon envoy has shattered. A low and deep voice resounded throughout the entire hall, causing people to be unable to determine where the voice had come from. The 6th and 7th Azure Dragon envoys looked to each other before nodding their heads and saying, "What the Hall Master said is correct. The 8th Azure Dragon envoy has indeed died." "Tell me about it," the Hall Master said indifferently. "Old 10, you tell me." The 6th Azure Dragon envoy suddenly looked towards Mu Feng and said. Mu Feng did not refuse. Nodding his head, he explained everything that had happened in the Emperor's tomb. Naturally, he would not tell them about the real Mu Feng's death and the fact that the heaven insect's consciousness had taken over his body. A Ryuka descendant? Grade 9 dragon soul? Back then, when this child had just advanced to the Emperor realm, he already possessed the strength to fight against a 7th layer Emperor. After hearing Mu Feng's words, the Hall Master, who was originally as calm as an ancient well, gently tapped his right hand on the armrest. No one knew exactly what he was thinking at this moment. Lore Hall Master, that Zhuowen is a Ryuka descendant and has even awakened a grade 9 dragon soul. This child cannot be allowed to live. Mufeng cupped his hands and said in a serious tone, I naturally know about this matter. From what you've said, that Zhuowen had entered the Divine Spectre Academy's outer academy. Now that he has already advanced to the Emperor realm, I'm afraid that he has the qualifications to enter the inner academy. In other words, that Zhuowen should have already entered the Divine Spectre realm's inner academy. The Hall Master suddenly said in an indifferent tone, What does the Hall Master mean? Mufeng asked in a somewhat astonished tone. The Hall Master's voice rang out once again. That Zhuowen actually has a grade 9 dragon soul. Don't spread this matter. Even if this child enters the inner academy, he will only be an ordinary official disciple and will not be valued by the inner academy. If we casually charge him with a crime and directly capture him, I believe that the Divine Spectre Academy will not fall out with us over a single disciple. 6th and 7th Azure Dragon Envoy. This time, the two of you will head to the Divine Spectre realm and capture that Zhuowen for me. Upon hearing this, the 6th and 7th Azure Dragon Envoy were not shocked, but instead delighted. From their point of view, capturing that Zhuowen would definitely be an easy task. After all, that Zhuowen had obtained quite a few good things in the Emperor's tomb, including profound saint artifacts. While capturing that Zhuowen, the two of them would also be able to plunder some good things from his body. The two of you should make your preparations, after which you will head to the Divine Spectre realm. The Hall Master said in an indifferent tone. Yes. The two of them cupped their hands, bowed, and walked out. Very quickly, only Mufeng and the Hall Master remained in the hall. Do you know why I asked you to stay? The Hall Master asked in a deep voice. Mufeng's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth turned somewhat unnatural as he said, This subordinate does not know. The Hall Master took a deep look at Mufeng and said, Actually, Mufeng's soul jade has also shattered. In other words, Mufeng's soul has already vanished in a thin air. However, you have now appeared in front of me. Speaking until here, Mufeng immediately fell into silence. His eyes slowly narrowed, and the muscles in his entire body tensed up, while his pupils gradually turned pitch black. The Emperor's tomb exists in the sea of misery. Do you really think that this Hall Master does not know anything about it? There should be a heavenly insect clone that came from the central plane sealed in that Emperor's tomb, and the owner of that Emperor's tomb is also from the central plains. The Hall Master continued to speak, minding his own business. You actually know about it. Then, with your strength, obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor's tomb should not be easy, right? Why don't you take action? Mufeng said in a low voice. Chapter 1307. Qing Longzi Haha. The saints of the Eastern lands are all in the 9 Netherworld realm. The 9 Netherworld realm doesn't only have the Dragon Netherworld realm, but there are also 8 other Netherworld realms. However, the other saints haven't made a move yet, the Hall Master said indifferently. Sky Insect narrowed his eyes. He also realized that something was wrong. The Emperor's tomb was so famous in the Bitter Sea that it was impossible for the cultivators of the 9 Netherworld realm to not know about it. However, the cultivators of the 9 Netherworld realm rarely came out to explore the Emperor's tomb. He knew that with the strength of a saint, if they entered the Emperor's tomb, they could obtain the inheritance of the Bai Fong and even control such a huge structure like the Emperor's tomb. However, such a thing had not happened in the past 1,000 years. Why? Sky Insect was still puzzled. The Hall Master, who was hiding in the shadows, laughed. This was the first time he had laughed. His laughter was like an owl, cold and shrill. It was extremely ear-piercing. The Primal Chaos Temple has a huge influence in the Central Lands. Although a profound Saint Master is not very important to the Primal Chaos Temple, his sudden disappearance naturally attracted the attention of the people inside. So the Primal Chaos Temple sent people to the Eastern Lands to find that old fellow Bai Fong. Sky Insect asked in a deep voice. The Hall Master did not admit or deny it. He said indifferently, It should be said that the primal chaos temple sent 4 people to the eastern lands, the southern barbarian lands, the western regions, and the northern lands, respectively. The one who was sent to the eastern lands was also a profound Saint Master. Coincidentally, the profound Saint Master who came to the eastern lands entered the 9 Netherworld realm as soon as he arrived. He did not know about the Emperor's tomb in the Bitter Sea. Although the saints of the 9 Netherworld realm have discovered the extraordinariness of the Emperor's tomb, no one acted rashly because of the primal chaos temple's people. Sky Insect nodded and said with fear, "Then where is that profound Saint Master now? In your dragon Netherworld realm?" The Hall Master shook his head and said, "That profound Saint Master's whereabouts are extremely mysterious. Furthermore, he has many formation Tao techniques. I do not know his exact whereabouts. However, I am the Dragon Netherworld Realm's master. If that Saint Master were to appear in the Netherworld Realm, I would naturally know. However, I have not sensed his presence." Tiangu relaxed a little when he heard this. The Primal Chaos Divine Temple had something that was specially designed to deal with him. If he were to meet the Shin Saint Master, he would definitely be forcefully sealed in his current state, and he would not be able to escape. It's because of the existence of the profound Saint Master that you didn't take action to take down the Emperor's tomb. Sky Insect still didn't quite believe it. That's one of the reasons. Also, the owner of the Emperor's tomb is only a profound Saint Master. Even if I seize the Emperor's tomb, it won't be of much benefit to me, who is also a saint. Moreover, if the Primal Chaos Temple finds out, it will be difficult to deal with. Therefore, the Emperor's tomb is not worthy of me fighting for. Of course, it would be best if my subordinates could seize it. The Palace Master's voice was extremely calm. "Then why are you telling me all this now?" Celestial Worm asked coldly. The Hall Master suddenly smiled and said, "The Primal Chaos Temple is an extremely large organization in the Central Plains. Even my Blue Dragon Hall is probably extremely insignificant before it. However, something that the Primal Chaos Temple has sealed with such caution probably isn't simple at all. I just want to cooperate with you. What do you think? Cooperation? How do you want to cooperate?" Tiangu's black cheese slowly receded as he stared at the Palace Master with his pitch-black eyes. "You should be thinking of recovering your strength, right? I can help you with that. However, after you recover your strength, you have to help my Blue Dragon Hall unify the 9th Netherworld Realm." At this point, the Palace Master's voice, which was originally as calm as an ancient well, fluctuated slightly. There was even a trace of suppressed excitement. "Unify the 9th Netherworld Realm? Isn't your Blue Dragon Hall already the strongest organization in the 9th Netherworld Realm?" Tiangu asked in confusion. However, the Palace Master shook his head and said, "Just as you said, although the Blue Dragon Hall is the strongest in the 9th Netherworld Realm, it is still far from being able to completely suppress the other 8 Netherworld realms. Just the Divine Netherworld Realm alone isn't something that my Dragon Netherworld Realm could take down. We can only suppress it. The Divine Netherworld Realm was the closest organization in the 9th Netherworld Realm to the Dragon Netherworld Realm. Furthermore, the Divine Academy's inner court was filled with geniuses. They were already a threat to the Dragon Netherworld Realm. So the Blue Dragon Hall Master naturally didn't want to see the Divine Academy grow, nor did he want the other Netherworld realms to threaten his position as the overlord of the Dragon Netherworld Realm. If he wanted to do that, he could only use thunderous methods to make the other 8 Netherworld realms submit to the Dragon Netherworld Realm. However, the Dragon Netherworld Realm couldn't do that yet. However, Tiangu's arrival gave the Blue Dragon Hall Master hope. So he decisively proposed a cooperation. However, Tiangu sneered and said, "You mean to say that you want me to be your hired thug? If you want to borrow my power, I'm naturally willing. However, you and the entire Dragon Netherworld realm must listen to me." Tiangu was in existence with absolute pride. How could he possibly listen to someone else's orders, let alone be someone else's hired thug? "Looks like you don't know the situation you're in." The Hall Master's voice turned cold. "Qing Longzi, wake this guy up." A frightening aura rushed out from deep within the large hall after these words were spoken. In an instant, the air in the entire large hall stilled. A wave of oppressive pressure, which was just like countless mountains, appeared extremely heavy and vast. Tiangu's eyes turned cold. Soon after, he saw a corridor appear behind the throne in front of him. A tall figure walked out from the dim corridor, step by step. With every step that the figure took, a clear dragon roar sounded. It was as if countless dragon roars and tiger roars were contained under his footsteps. Moreover, the strange footsteps caused Tiangu's heart to faintly tremble. His breathing immediately became much more rapid. This is the power of laws? You're also a saint? However, your aura is much weaker than a saint, but you have the aura of Saint Rune laws on your body. You're actually an invincible Emperor Lord. Tiangu forcefully calmed his rapid heartbeat. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the approaching figure. He could not help but cry out in surprise. When the figure completely walked out of the corridor, Tiangu finally saw the true appearance of the tall figure. The person was about 24 or 25 years old. He had a head of thick green hair and a pair of bright eyes that emitted a frightening indifference. However, this person's appearance was extremely ordinary, but his body possessed a special aura. Even if he stood in a crowd, he would not be ignored by others. Instead, he would stand out like a crane in a flock of chickens. This aura was very unique. The person did not say much. He merely nodded at the blue dragon hall master on the throne. Then his indifferent gaze fell on Tiangu. The hall master hopes that I can wake you up. As he spoke, he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground. Immediately, the sound of the stomp was like a dragon's roar that filled the sky. A terrifying sound wave turned into a huge dragon that shot towards Tianzhong. Swoosh! The moment the dragon-shaped sound wave surged over, the person also moved. He took one step at a time, quickly closing in on Tiangu. Every step he took was able to emit a clear dragon roar. Tiangu's expression changed slightly. Black chi surged out from his body, turning into a large black blade that was dozens of feet long. Tiangu held the large black blade in his hand. With a sharp cry, he swung the blade. Boom! When the large black blade slashed on the dragon-shaped sound wave, Tiangu was stunned to discover that the dragon-shaped sound wave was transparent. It passed through his blade and poured into his ears. Ugh! The terrifying sound wave continued to stir in his ears, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Blood flowed out from his ears as he retreated a few steps. Dragon centipede. The moment Tiangu retreated, the young man had already rushed in front of him. His right palm gently swatted out, emitting a strange frequency. Subsequently, thousands of dragon roars sounded from his palm. In a whirlpool shape, it heavily smashed into Tiangu's chest. Boom! Tiangu groaned and flew backwards, landing heavily at the edge of the hall. The aura on his body rapidly withered, becoming extremely weak. Cough, cough, cough. Wait, I'll cooperate with you. Just as Tiangu was barely able to stand up, the young man took another step forward. The entire hall was filled with deafening dragon roars. Tiangu's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly begged for mercy. His injuries were too severe. Not only had he gone through the burial array, but he had also been crushed by the war god portrait. He only had a sliver of consciousness left. So how could he be a match for the young man who had comprehended the Saint Rune law? The young man did not stop. He was acting under the orders of the Blue Dragon Hall Master, so he naturally would not stop because of Tiangu's words. The young man once again closed in on Tiangu. He lifted his right leg and swept it out. The whistling wind turned into a huge dragon and kicked at Tiangu's face. Qinglongzi, that's enough. When the young man's right leg was several inches away from Tiangu's face, the Hall Master's voice rang out. The young man's right leg immediately stopped, and he very naturally placed his right foot down as he slowly took a few steps back. Tiangu stared at the young man in front of him in fear. He asked, "What Saint Rune law have you comprehended? Why does every step contain the sound of a dragon's roar?" The law of dragon's roar is accompanied by a powerful dragon's roar in my attacks. It has the amplification effect of sound waves, and it can also use the sound waves to disrupt my opponent's mind and hearing, the young man said without batting an eyelid. The law of Dragon's Roar. Looks like it's an extraordinary power of law, Tiangu said in surprise. There were many types of Saint Rune laws. There were ordinary laws, and naturally there were special laws. The law of Dragon's Roar that the young man had comprehended was a special power of law. Generally speaking, it was much more difficult to comprehend a special power of law than an ordinary power of law. The young man's talent was clearly extremely powerful and terrifying to be able to comprehend the special law of Dragon's Roar. Chapter 1308. Bottom of the Nine Peaks. Tiangu's face froze a little when he heard that. His expression turned a little ugly as he coldly snorted. I can cooperate with your dragon wasteland, but you must do your best to help me recover. Of course, if another heavenly saint-level expert can appear in our dragon wasteland, we will be able to suppress the other 8 great netherworld factions. Our dragon wasteland will naturally cooperate with you. However, for the sake of restraining both of us and not breaking the contract, we still need to sign a contract. The Home Master smiled faintly. With a flick of his finger, he took out an ancient scroll. There were many symbols floating on the surface of the scroll. He opened the scroll and slid his finger across his thumb. A drop of blood appeared on his thumb, and he pressed his thumb into the scroll. After doing all that, he tossed the scroll to Tiangu and said indifferently, "This is a contract scroll. With this layer of protection, there will be no mistakes in our cooperation." Tiangu narrowed his eyes. However, when he saw the chilliness in the Home Master's eyes, he knew that the latter had no other choice. Hence, he followed suit and dripped his blood onto the scroll, after which he tossed it to the Home Master. I hope that our cooperation will go smoothly. In the future, you'll be the 10th Azure Dragon Envoy of the Blue Dragon Hall. Do not reveal your identity as Tiangu so easily. The Hall Master laughed out loud. He was quite satisfied with Tiangu's actions. All right, since the contract has been signed, I will take my leave first. Also, send someone to arrange a place for me to stay. At the same time, I need flesh and blood energy to recover, Tiangu said with an evil smile. The Hall Master smiled faintly. I naturally know that. I will order someone to arrange a place for you to stay. As for your recovery, I have my own plans. Don't worry. Since that is the case, that would be for the best. Tiangu nodded. Soon after, he ignored the Hall Master and left the hall. Watching the figure gradually disappear into the distance, the originally silent Qing Longzi suddenly said in a deep voice, Hall Master, this Tiangu is not easy to control. Cooperating with it is no different from asking a tiger for its skin. The Hall Master shook his head. You don't know much about Tiangu. This thing is extremely terrifying. Even if it is only a clone, it is difficult for us to control it. If you plan to control this Tiangu, I'm afraid that you will be disappointed in the end. All we need to do is cooperate with it. Within the divine nether realm, Moyin and Baiyin led Zhuan's group into the inner courtyard. What a huge mountain! When everyone arrived at the foot of the mountain in the inner courtyard, only then did they discover how enormous the mountain peak that stood in the endless mountain range was. They stood at the foot of the mountain and raised their heads to look at the mountain peak, but they actually discovered that they were completely unable to see the end of the mountain peak. The 9 mountain peaks were arranged in a ring shape, and each mountain peak was separated by a distance of 1,000 miles. Above the mountain peaks, there was a white mist lingering around. Zhuan and the others were even able to see that there were numerous figures moving about on the mountain paths at the waist of every mountain. They were probably the inner court disciples that were moving about on the mountain paths. At the center of the 9 mountain peaks was an enormous circular empty space that spanned thousands of miles. There were countless buildings on the empty space. There were unique pavilions, elegant tiled houses, quiet bamboo buildings, simple wooden houses, and various other buildings scattered across the empty space in a picturesque manner. That is, Buddhist Zhuan pointed at the buildings on the empty space in the middle of the 9 mountain peaks and asked in a somewhat astonished manner. That is the heart of the 9 mountain peaks. It is the gathering place of the official disciples and nominal disciples of the inner courtyard. Moyin and Baiyin explained. Zhuan, There are not only nominal disciples and official disciples in the inner courtyard. Above these two types of disciples, there are also core disciples and direct disciples. Only core disciples and direct disciples can enter the 9 mountain peaks. The position of direct disciples is much higher than the core disciples. They can receive personal guidance from the peak master of each mountain peak. Of course, their strength and talent are naturally 1 in a million. Moyan Wushang, who was standing beside Zhuowen, suddenly opened his mouth to explain. After all, she was the granddaughter of Moyan and Baiyin. Although she had never entered the inner courtyard before, Moyan and Baiyin had told her about the matters of the inner courtyard. Therefore, she knew more about the inner courtyard than a layman like Zhuowen. Oh, there are actually core disciples and direct disciples above the official disciples? Zhuowen frowned slightly. He was rather astonished. Soon after, he asked, "Then how do I advance to become a core disciple?" If you want to advance to become a core disciple, you naturally have to choose from among the official disciples. Only when your talent and strength are recognized can you become a core disciple and enter the corresponding mountain peak. Moyan and Baiyin smiled and explained, "Zhuowen, although you have already been accepted as a nominal disciple by the Sky Capital Peak, this nominal disciple does not have a fixed mountain peak. Only after you become a core disciple will you have the right to choose the corresponding mountain peak to cultivate. The 9 mountain peaks each have their own characteristics. Although the Sky Capital Peak is the strongest among the 9 mountain peaks, it is not necessarily the most suitable. When you enter the inner courtyard, you can learn more about the 9 mountain peaks and choose the most suitable mountain peak for you to cultivate." Moyan and Baiyin naturally knew how strong Zhuowen was. With Zhuowen's strength, it was inevitable for him to become a core disciple. They even believed that Zhuowen could be promoted to a direct disciple in a short period of time. After all, at Zhuowen's age and cultivation, it was rare for him to possess a strength comparable to a 7th-level emperor. Even in the inner courtyard, it was rare. "Dean, aren't you going to see the old man of the Sky Capital Peak? Although we are not core disciples, we should be qualified to enter the Sky Capital Peak with you, right?" Zhuowen looked at Moyan and Baiyin and said somewhat excitedly. Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, how could Moyan and Baiyin not know what this brat was thinking? He probably wanted to see Mu Qinxue as soon as possible. Moyan and Baiyin smiled and said, "I will naturally bring you to the Sky Capital Peak. However, I can only bring 2 people. If there are too many people, it will be inconvenient." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. His gaze fell on the people behind him and said, "Dean, can they also join the inner courtyard and become nominal disciples? With my recommendation, it will naturally not be difficult to become a nominal disciple of the inner courtyard. Moreover, many of your friends are Emperor Realm cultivators. Even if they become official disciples, the inner courtyard will be very welcoming. However, are your friends willing to join the inner courtyard?" As Moyan and Baiyin spoke, their gazes fell on Lu Hantian, Lord of Taimo, LV Yitao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian. These 5 people came with Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen planned to join the inner courtyard, these 5 people's thoughts might not necessarily be the same as Zhuowen's. Big Brother Hantian, Taimo, Brother LV, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian, do you all plan to join the inner courtyard? Zhuowen asked the 5 people. Lu Hantian shook his head and smiled. "Zhuowen, the inner courtyard is not suitable for me. After all, I like to be free and unfettered. You can join the inner courtyard first. I plan to walk around the divine specter realm. Who knows, I might have a fortuitous encounter." Haha. On the other hand, LV Tao, Qing Lian, and Luo Xing looked at each other and stood beside Lu Hantian. LV Tao said, "Zhuowen, I plan to cultivate with Uncle." As for Qing Lian and Luo Xing, they stared at Zhuowen with complicated eyes. They naturally knew that Zhuowen had come to the Divine Spectre Realm's inner courtyard with great difficulty, mainly for one person. Moreover, it was a woman. This woman's name was Mu Qinxue. They did not want to disturb Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue, so they planned to take the initiative to avoid that scene. They also chose not to join the inner courtyard. Grand Demon Lord shook his head. The inner court wasn't suitable for a demonic cultivator like him. so he naturally couldn't join the inner court. That would only delay his progress. Since that's the case, I won't force you. I hope that big brother Hantion, and you can take a good look around the divine specter realm. When the time comes, you can come to the inner courtyard to visit me often. Although he was slightly disappointed by Lu Hantion and the others' tactful rejection, Zhuowen naturally would not force them. Everyone had their own choices. Definitely. Zhuowen, we do not plan to join the inner courtyard, so we naturally cannot stay here for long. We will leave first, and when the time comes, if you need us for anything, just use the communication jade symbol paper to contact us, and we will naturally come meet you. Lu Hantian looked deeply at Zhuowen, took a few steps forward, and heavily patted Zhuowen's shoulder with both hands, and said in a deep voice, "Definitely." Zhuowen also replied cautiously. After Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian bid farewell to Zhuowen, the four of them directly left the inner courtyard. As for the lord of the inner courtyard, he did not leave. He came to Zhuowen's side and said in a low voice, "Master, in the Nine Netherworld realm, the most suitable place for devil cultivators is the desolate Nether realm. This old servant will wait for you to resolve this matter, and then I plan to go to the desolate Nether realm with your devil Dao clone to cultivate." Zhuowen nodded. When he first entered the Nine Netherworld realm, he had already discussed the matter of going to the desolate Nether realm with the lord of the inner courtyard. However, Zhuowen planned to first come to the inner courtyard to deal with the cold poison in Mu Qinshua's body, and then let the devil Dao clone leave. After all, the devil Dao clone was the strongest clone besides the main body. It was many times stronger than the Buddha Dao clone, so bringing along with him would naturally be an additional layer of protection. Wu Shang, Qing Yin, and Zhuowen are already nominal disciples. You can enter the bottom of the 9 peaks and choose a residence. As for Jianan, Gatha, and Mo Lingtian, you 3 haven't registered your identities yet. Follow me to the bottom of the 9 peaks to register first. Moyen Baiyin waved his sleeve and led Zhuowen and the others to the bottom of the 9 peaks. The bottom of the 9 peaks was indeed very large. Zhuowen estimated that the open space should be more than half the size of Excellent Spirit Island. The entrance of Moyen Baiyin and the others naturally attracted the attention of many people in the open space. However, when they felt the aura of the intermediate emperor realm from Moyen Wushang, many people showed fear and respect in their eyes. Chapter 1309. One is not enough. Moyen Baiyin arrived in front of the round tower and gently knocked on the edge of the window. This immediately woke up the dozing lady. The lady was looking at Moyen Baiyin in front of her with some uncertainty. She seemed to have recognized the latter and asked in a surprised manner, "Elder Moyen, why have you come to the inner academy?" "Zhang Shui, I have come to bring some people to register. The little fellows behind me are this year's elite disciples of the outer academy." Moyen Baiyin paused in a timely manner when he spoke until this point. Zhang Shui also reacted. Her eyes landed on the few people behind Moyen Baiyin and asked in a surprised manner, "Elder Moyen, the quality of your outer academy's disciples this time around is quite good. There are actually 4D stage experts." Zhang Shui's pretty eyes took another look at Zhuowen, Qing Yin, Moyen Wushang, and Gatha as she spoke. She nodded with some satisfaction. Immediately, her eyes landed on Jianan and Mo Lingtian. She said, "The auras of these 2 little fellows are surging. They are about to break through to the Emperor stage. Your outer academy is really filled with talents this time around." Moyen Baiyin's eyes narrowed when he heard Zhang Shui's praise. He revealed a pleased smile. He was, after all, the headmaster of the outer academy. He would naturally feel proud if an outer academy disciple was praised by someone from the inner academy. However, I have heard that Elder Saixia, the Sky Capital Peak, went to your outer academy to select a disciple in name only. Why did he not return with you?" Zhang Shui suddenly asked. Moyen Baiyin's expression was a little dull. He said in a deep voice, "This time around, I have come because of this matter. I have nothing to say about Elder Saixia's matter. This involves some important matters." Zhang Shui also became solemn when she saw Moyen Baiyin being so cautious. She nodded and said, "In that case, I shall not ask any further. I will help you arrange these 6 little fellows." As she spoke, Zhang Shui's jade-like hand rummaged around and took out 6 jade tokens. She said, "Among these 6 jade tokens, 4 of them are official disciple identity tokens, while the other 2 are honorary disciple identity tokens." Zhang Shui handed the 6 jade plates to Zhuowen and the other 5 behind Moyan Bai Yin after she spoke. "Thank you very much," Moyan Bai Yin said with a smile. Zhang Shui waved her hand. Her beautiful eyes stared at the 6 people behind Mo Yin and Bai Yin. She said, "In the inner academy, being a nominal disciple and an official disciple is nothing. If you have the strength and talent, becoming a core disciple is your true ability." Moyan and Bai Yin nodded. What Zhang Shui said was true. In the inner courtyard, only the core disciples and the personal disciples were valued. Only these 2 kinds of disciples had a transcendent status in the inner courtyard. Not only could they get a lot of cultivation resources, but they could also get pointers from the seniors of their respective peaks. As for personal disciples, they were even more amazing. They were the personal disciples of the 9 peak masters and would receive personal guidance from the 9 peak masters. The treatment was extremely good. As for the official disciples and nominal disciples, they were left at the bottom of the 9 peaks, allowing them to compete and cultivate. Every year, the 9 peaks would hold a selection to select the most talented and powerful individual disciples to become core disciples. Zhang Shui was the administrator of the bottom of the 9 peaks. As long as the warriors who applied to join had their talent and strength recognized by her, most of them would be able to successfully join the bottom of the 9 peaks. However, if they wanted to enter the top of the 9 peaks, it was not under her control, nor was she able to control them. The yuan qi distribution at the bottom of the 9 peaks is not uniform. The closer you are to the center, the richer the yuan qi is. Therefore, if you want a better place to cultivate, you can only rely on yourself to fight for it. After taking out the jade plates, Zhang Shui instructed. After all, these 6 little fellows were brought by Moyan Bai Yin. Naturally, she would give them preferential treatment. "I know. When the time comes, I will tell these little fellows." Moyan Bai Yin nodded. After exchanging greetings for a while, Moyan Bai Yin led Zhuowen and the other 5 to the bottom of the 9 peaks. The bottom of the 9 peaks was really large. From the edge to the core, there were many buildings. Although there were many buildings, the number of warriors at the bottom of the 9 peaks was even greater. Therefore, Zhuowen also saw many warriors who did not have a place to stay. They directly sat cross-legged at the edge of the open space, cultivating and meditating. These warriors who did not have a place to stay were basically nominal disciples with mediocre strength. In this area, nominal disciples were considered the lowest existence. Naturally, they could not compete with the official disciples. And those who were able to cultivate at the bottom of the 9 peaks were basically the strongest among the official disciples. Zhuowen looked into the distance. He could see that in the center of the 9 peaks, there was a white platform that was dozens of feet wide. On that platform, there were 5 figures silently sitting cross-legged. The auras of these 5 figures were very powerful. They were much more powerful than the surrounding warriors. The surrounding warriors also revealed a look of awe when they looked at the platform. These 5 people were the strongest among the official disciples. They had experienced countless battles at the bottom of the 9 peaks and were recognized as experts by everyone. Although many people yearned for the platform in the center, no one dared to provoke the 5 people on the platform because they knew that they would only be humiliating themselves if they went up. The auras of these 5 people are very strong. They are much stronger than ordinary Emperor Realm warriors. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes stared at the 5 people on the platform. Her eyes revealed a tinge of fear because she could not see through these 5 people at all. These 5 people are recognized as the strongest among the official disciples. Their strength is around the 3rd level Emperor Realm. However, their battle strength is probably much higher than their cultivation. You need to find a place to stay at the bottom of the 9 peaks. After you find it, I will bring Zhuowen to Sky Capital Peak to find your little lover. Moyan Bai Yin teased as he glanced at Zhuowen with a smile. The latter shrugged his shoulders and revealed a bitter smile. I know what you mean. Finding a place to stay means robbing. I understand. Anyway, Brother Zhuan is so strong. We could just pick a place here. Hee hee. As soon as Moy and Bai Yan's voice faded, Jianan impatiently rushed to the bottom of the 9 peaks. He had blind confidence in Zhuan. If he got into trouble, Zhuan would take care of it. Jianan's voice was not soft. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many warriors at the bottom of the 9 peaks. Although they were extremely unhappy with Jianan's words, they did not say anything when they saw that there were 4 Emperor Realm warriors behind him. The group followed Jianan and arrived at about 2/3 of the area at the bottom of the 9 peaks. The buildings here were even more densely packed, and the pavilions were even more neatly arranged. These pavilions were all made of white jade and looked rather dry and clean. Moreover, just as Zhang Shui had said, the yuan energy density here was much denser than the edge. Zhuan even discovered that although the yuan energy density here was not as high as the Azure Dragon Hall, the difference was not too great. It seemed that the inner academy was indeed extraordinary. The bottom of the 9 peaks must have been set up by some powerful arcana master to gather yuan energy. Otherwise, the yuan energy here would not be so dense. Jianan quickly fixed his eyes on a rather large white jade pavilion and hurriedly rushed in. However, not long after, he was thrown out while grimacing in pain. Boom! Jianan fell to the ground and grimaced in pain. However, his skin was rough, and he only snorted a few times before he stood up, as if nothing had happened. Thud, thud, thud. Not long after Jianan was thrown out, 4 strong figures walked out from the white jade pavilion. The 4 of them were around 10 feet tall, and the muscles on their bodies were bulging. They were bronze-colored and looked like weathered rocks. They looked extremely hard. In particular, the auras of the 4 of them were actually filled with a terrifying Emperor pressure. The 4 of them were all Emperor stage practitioners. Brat, a mere nominal disciple dares to barge into our pavilion. Are you courting death? The leader of the 4 was a man whose face was filled with scars. His exposed skin was covered with scars. At first glance, he looked extremely ferocious. If one were to bump into this person in the dark, it was likely that some timid people would be greatly frightened. Jianan was completely unafraid. His right hand pointed at the scarred man and snorted, I think that you should hurry up and move out of this white jade pavilion. Otherwise, it would not look good if you were to be kicked out later. Oh, Jianan's arrogant words immediately caused the scarred man and the other 3 to be stunned. Soon after, they burst into laughter. Even some of the surrounding practitioners who were watching the show started to jeer. Where did this stinking brat come from? He actually dares to point at us and tell us to move out of our territory. This is really too funny. The 4 brawny men laughed out loud as if they had heard an unbelievable joke. Thud, thud, thud. A clear sound of footsteps rang out. Soon after, a slightly thin but extremely tall figure slowly arrived in front of Jianan. A pair of indifferent voices muttered from his mouth. He's right. You can move out of the pavilion. After he finished speaking, a wave of Emperor pressure surged out from Zhuan's body. It grew stronger and stronger. An extremely violent hurricane swept out around him. Moreover, the surface of his body was suffused with a blazing golden light. Feeling this terrifying Emperor pressure, the scarred man and the other 3's faces froze. Soon after, the scarred man's face became slightly gloomy as he said, Are you new? I've never seen you before. Although you're also at the Emperor Realm, you're also at the 1st level Emperor Realm like us. How dare you speak such arrogant words? Zhuan was a Buddhist clone, so his cultivation was only at the 1st level Emperor Realm. However, his battle strength was much stronger than a 1st level Emperor Realm cultivator. Naturally, he did not take the 4 people in front of him seriously. If you don't move, then let's fight. Zhuan did not want to waste time talking nonsense. He took a step forward. The golden light on the surface of his body burned brighter and brighter. His aura also became more and more terrifying, causing the scarred man and the other 3's faces to become extremely ugly. You'll regret it. The scarred man snorted coldly. A similarly terrifying Emperor pressure surged out. He took a step forward and was prepared to teach Zhuan a lesson. Wait! Zhuowen suddenly spat out these words, causing the scarred man to stop. Soon after, he said coldly, "Regret it? If you do, I can overlook your rude behavior just now." Although the scarred man was extremely displeased by Zhuowen's disregard, the aura on Zhuowen's body was too powerful and terrifying. He did not dare to underestimate it. If Zhuowen was willing to retreat, he naturally did not want to cause any more trouble. One of you is not enough. 4 of you can come at me together. Chapter 13:10. Not only were the surrounding cultivators stunned, but the other 4 people, including the scarred man, were also stunned. The young man in front of them was only at the first level of the martial emperor realm. His cultivation was the same as the 4 of them. Yet, he dared to say that he would fight against 4 of them alone. Wasn't that a little too arrogant? Are you joking? The scarred man's eyes were gloomy as he said coldly. Zhuowen shook his head and said seriously, "I'm not joking. I'm serious." Boom! The scarred man stomped his foot on the ground. Countless energy waves rose, and the ground cracked. His voice became extremely cold as he said, "Are you messing with me?" The young man in front of him was clearly at the first level of the martial emperor realm like him. However, he was now asking him to fight against 4 of them. His attitude completely infuriated the scarred man. "Boss, kill him. He's too arrogant. He's just a newbie. How dare he be so arrogant? He's courting death. That's right. He's only at the first level of the martial emperor realm. How dare he ask the 4 of us to team up against him? Who does he think he is?" The other 3 companions behind the scarred man shouted. Their words showed that they did not put Zhuowen in their eyes. "I'm not messing with you. I'm serious." Zhuowen said seriously, "Bastard, you've completely angered me." The scarred man's lips twitched. In his eyes, Zhuowen's serious expression was really asking for a beating. Hence, he immediately charged towards Zhuowen. With a strong gust of wind, he appeared in front of Zhuowen and threw a punch at him. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators sneered. The 3 companions of the scarred man also looked at him mockingly. However, their expressions did not last for long. Boom! Zhuowen took a step forward and also sent forth a punch. His punch contained a blazing golden light, and an enormous ancient Buddha's image appeared behind him. That ancient Buddha's image also sent forth a punch. The mountain-like fist was accompanied by a sharp sound of air being torn apart. It was like an explosion that resounded in everyone's ears. The 2 fists suddenly smashed together. Immediately, an endless amount of astral wind swept out between the 2. This astral wind began to spread from 10 feet to 100 feet. The ground cracked apart, collapsing into a circular pit as a loud, muffled thunder-like sound rang out. Crack! After the thunder-like sound rang out, the ear-piercing sound of bones cracking rang out. The sound of bones cracking became more and more frequent. It was as if a bone was being crushed into powder in an instant. Soon after, everyone was stunned to discover that a figure flew backwards in an extremely miserable manner and heavily smashed onto the ground. Before everyone could react, the figure that landed on the ground held his right arm and began to let out a heart-wrenching and lung-splitting miserable shriek. His voice was like a midnight snack, extremely ferocious and miserable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous gazes were attracted by the miserable cry. Soon after, they were stunned to find that the person who was holding his right hand and screaming on the ground was none other than the burly man with the scar on his face. Dao Hen was defeated just like that. Many people muttered softly. Dao Hen was quite famous in the bottom of the 9 peaks. He could be considered a tyrant in a small area. At this moment, his right hand was crippled in front of a practitioner of the same level as him. When the martial emperor realm experts' gazes landed on the young man again, the surprise in their eyes became even more intense. This was because the young man was quietly standing in the same spot. His entire body was bathed in golden light. Behind him, a huge, ancient Buddha sat in the void with narrowed eyes. It looked as if it had existed since ancient times. "Boss!" Dao Hen's 3 companions came to his side and helped him up. At the same time, one of them used Yuan power to enter Dao Hen's right arm in an attempt to heal the injury on his arm. "You are so ruthless." You actually shattered the bones in my boss's hand? Dao Hen's companion, who had originally wanted to heal Dao Hen, froze when he touched Dao Hen's right arm. He immediately glared at Zhuowen. Although a warrior's recovery ability was much stronger than an ordinary warrior's after his cultivation reached the Emperor realm, this time, all the bones in his right arm had turned to dust. Although he could recover with his own strength, it would take a lot of time. I don't have time to argue with you. Give up your territory. Otherwise, you will end up like your boss. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He only wanted to go to Sky Capital Peak to find Mu Qinxue. Naturally, he did not want to waste too much time on these people. Therefore, he used a thunderous method right from the start. Bastard! Dao Hen's face turned pale. He stood up immediately, but his right arm hung limply. He glared at Zhuowen and said, I will definitely kill you. Brothers, release your armor souls. Let's attack together. As he spoke, Dao Hen roared angrily. Energy surged out of his body. A huge saber shadow swept out from between his eyebrows. The saber shadow was extremely black, like a black moon hanging in the sky. It looked extremely sharp and terrifying. Let's attack together. After Dao Hen released his armor soul, the three people behind him also released their armor souls. These three people's armor souls were the same as Dao Hen's. They were a sword, a halberd, and a spear respectively. As soon as the four weapons were released, they turned into four streams of light and rushed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen opened and closed his eyes. Boundless Buddhist light burst from his eyes. Then his body grew taller and taller, turning into a towering Buddha. Every time he moved, there was a terrifying power that could shake the heavens and earth. Boom! The Buddha's right hand suddenly blasted out. The palm was 1,000 feet long, like a towering mountain. It gave people the feeling that it was extremely high. Break! Zhuowen's indifferent voice rang out as the Buddha's palm smashed onto the four weapons. Instantly, the four armor souls emitted a humming sound before they actually shattered. As for Dao Hen and the other three, they spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact of the gigantic Buddha's palm and were heavily smashed dozens of meters away. How terrifying! The towering Buddha's body was so majestic that all the martial artists at the bottom of the 9 peaks were attracted by the battle. When their eyes fell on Zhuowen's towering Buddha body, they were all surprised. Even the 5 figures on the central stone platform slowly opened their eyes because of the huge commotion. However, they only took a glance at the Buddha's body and did not pay much attention to it. Although Zhuowen's combat strength had surpassed that of a First Heaven Emperor Realm warrior, there was still a gap between him and the 5 of them. The 5 of them only took a glance at him before they closed their eyes again and continued to cultivate. The core disciple selection was about to begin. The 5 of them naturally did not dare to slack off. They were looking forward to successfully becoming a core disciple. The 100,000 feet tall Buddha body only lasted for a while before Zhuowen regained his original appearance. His gaze landed on Dao Hen's group of 4, whose auras were dispirited, as he spoke in an indifferent voice. Can you give up your territory now? Dao Hen's eyes flickered. He snorted coldly and left with his 3 companions. Zhuowen was too powerful. They could only admit defeat this time. After Dao Hen left, Zhuowen and his group directly entered the loft, leaving many warriors in the surroundings to discuss spiritedly. Zhuowen's group were all unfamiliar faces, so they were naturally able to guess that this group of people were probably new students that had just entered the inner court. However, these new students were truly slightly special. As soon as they entered, they directly seized a good piece of territory. Even though this had happened in the past, it was rare. The White Jade Loft was quite large. There was no problem for more than a dozen people to stay in. Therefore, Zhuowen and his group chose their own rooms and arranged everything. He planned to follow Moyen and Baiyin to Sky Capital Peak. Grandfather, I also want to go to Sky Capital Peak with you. I haven't seen Sister Qinxue for a long time. This time, I must meet her. Moyen Wushang said to Moyen and Baiyin. Moyen and Baiyin did not refuse and said, You and Zhuowen can follow me. Although I don't know where that little girl Qinxue is at Sky Capital Peak. However, with that girl's talent, she should be at least a core disciple of Sky Capital Peak. She might even be a personal disciple. After saying that, Moyen and Bai Yin led Zhuowen and Moyen Wushang, who were filled with anticipation, out of the white jade loft. They arranged for Jianan and the others to cultivate in the loft. When they returned from Sky Capital Peak, they would naturally return here. After Moyen and Bai Yin walked out of the loft, they directly took out the sky-piercing sail. The three of them stepped onto the deck and rushed toward the mountain peak in the east. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain peak, Zhuowen, who was on the deck, could see that there was a huge mountain gate at the foot of the mountain. Behind the mountain gate, there was a misty white fog. It was impossible to see what was behind the mountain gate. Is there a restriction in the mountain gate? After walking down the deck, Zhuowen keenly discovered that there was a layer of transparent flowing light in the mountain gate. The flowing light revealed waves of mysterious energy. Needless to say, it must be some kind of extremely powerful restriction array. It's fine. I'm the dean of the Outer Academy. I have a certain authority to enter the 9 mountain peaks. After saying that, Moyen and Bai Yin took out a wooden tablet from their bosom. They formed a seal with their right hand and inserted Yuan power into the wooden tablet. Immediately, a ray of light rushed out from the wooden tablet. It passed through the mountain gate and entered the misty white fog. After a while, Zhuowen saw a figure faintly appear within the white fog behind the mountain gate. The figure grew closer and closer. Finally, it appeared in front of the mountain gate. It passed through the mountain gate without any obstructions and arrived in front of Moyen and Bai Yin. It was an old man with a head full of messy hair, a fluffy beard, and a face full of deep wrinkles. He was around 60 years old and was wearing a brown long robe. Although this old man appeared to be in his twilight years, his eyes were extremely sharp. Endless sharpness surged within them. The instant he saw Moyen and Bai Yin, he suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Bai Yin, it has been 50 years since we last met. This time around, you actually have the time to come to the Inner Academy. It's really rare." Chapter 13:11. Ice and Fire Duel Extreme Hall. Of course we welcome them. Are these 2 geniuses from your outer court? LVE laughed. His gaze fell on Zhuowen and Moyen Wushang, behind Moyen Bai Yin, as he said with a smile, "Wushang, you should know that she's my granddaughter. This kid is called Zhuowen, a genius from my outer court. His talent is comparable to that little girl, Mu Qinxue," Moyen Bai Yin said with a laugh. LVE looked at Zhuowen in surprise, but soon after, he shook his head with a smile. It was clear that he did not agree with Moyen Bai Yin's words. Mu Qinxue's talent was publicly acknowledged in the entire Sky Capital Peak. In a short period of time, she had jumped from an official disciple to the direct disciple of Old Man Tian, so she could be considered an influential figure in the inner court. Zhuowen was young, and his cultivation had reached the Emperor realm. His talent was not bad, but compared to Mu Qinxue, there was still a large gap. Of course, he naturally could not say this out loud. He only smiled and said, "These 2 little fellows are good seedlings. If they work hard, it won't be difficult for them to become core disciples of the 9 peaks." LVE's perfunctory attitude was naturally seen by Moyen Bai Yin, but he was not angry. He was very clear on how terrifying Mu Qinxue's talent was. Even the 9 Nether Realm, she was a dazzling genius. It was already amazing for one of them to appear in their outer court, but if there was a second one, it would be unreal. It was no wonder that LVE did not care about Moyen Bai Yin's words. Moyen Bai Yin looked at Zhuowen and asked with a smile, "Chun Shui came from the outer court after all. I wonder how she is doing in your Sky Capital Peak." When he mentioned Mu Qinxue, a smile appeared on LVE's face. Chun Shui's talent is very high. In less than a year after entering the inner court, she has already been accepted as a disciple by Old Man Tian Du, becoming the 4th direct disciple of the Sky Capital Peak. She has already become a direct disciple? So fast. Moyen and Bai Yin were startled. Soon after, joy appeared in their eyes. They were happy for Mu Qinxue. As for Zhuowen, he raised his head and looked at the peak of Sky Capital Peak. His heart started to beat rapidly as a trace of nervousness rose within him. He had not felt this way for a long time, but this time he was nervous because he saw Mu Qinxue. This feeling made him a little confused and helpless. That's right, didn't that fellow, Huixia, Go to your bitter seas, wonderful God Island? Why didn't you come back this time? LV, he suddenly asked. Moyen and Bayan's complexion suddenly became gloomy. They looked around and said in a low voice, Elder Huatia has fallen. LV, he was startled. His eyes slightly bulged as he stared at Bayan and Moyen. What did you say? Great Pavilion had fallen? That fellow was at the peak of the 5th layer Great Emperor realm. Who else in the Bitter Sea can threaten Grey Pavilion? LV, he did not believe it. The Bitter Sea was not the 9th Netherworld realm. Although there were many Great Emperor realm warriors, most of them were low-level Great Emperors. There were very few mid-level Great Emperors. In his impression, there was no one who could threaten Grey Pavilion. Moyen and Bayan sighed. They took out Grey Pavilion's identity token and said, I don't need to lie to you. This is Elder Huatia's identity token. LV fell silent. The identity token was the symbol of an inner courtyard elder. It cannot be lost. Now that Elder Huatia's identity token had appeared in Moyen and Bayan's hands, it meant that Grey Pavilion had probably met with an accident. What happened? LV asked in a low voice. It's a long story. I need to see old man Tiandu. When the time comes, I will tell him everything that happened in the Bitter Sea. Moyen and Bayan shook their heads. Well, come with me. I will take you to see old man Tiandu. LV nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, he removed the restriction on the mountain gate. The fog behind the mountain gate suddenly dissipated, revealing a white stone staircase. The staircase went up step by step, leading to the top of the mountain as if there was no end to it. Let's go, LV said, and led everyone up the staircase. After Zhuowen entered the mountain gate, he found that the surrounding white fog had dispersed on its own. His field of vision suddenly became much wider. It turned out that the endless white fog was the restriction outside the mountain gate. Only after entering the mountain gate could one see the true scenery of the mountain peak. Around the staircase, there were lush greenery. From the bottom to the top, there were many buildings. Around these buildings, there was a mountain road that extended to the top of the mountain. Of course, in addition to this mountain road, the staircase at the mountain gate also extended to the top of the mountain. It should be able to reach the top of the mountain. The sky capital peak was very tall, but under LVE's lead, the group only spent the time to drink a cup of tea to reach the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was a flat platform, as if a mountain peak had been cut off. It was extremely flat and smooth, and the area was also very large. On the platform, there were many buildings. Moreover, these buildings were all ancient in style. The surrounding air was filled with a refreshing fragrance that refreshed one's heart. It was extremely refreshing to smell it. At the same time, Zhuowen also noticed that in the middle of the platform, there was a black iron pillar that was as thick as several people hugging it. At the top of the iron pillar, there was a black chain of the same thickness. This chain was fastened to the iron pillar and was extremely firm. Following the chain, Zhuowen turned his head to look at the other end of the chain. Soon after, he discovered an extremely shocking scene. The chain was extremely long, and at the other end, it was fastened to the bottom of a huge and majestic palace. Furthermore, there was more than one similar chain. There were 8 other chains, and the other 8 chains were derived from the other 8 directions and were fastened to the bottom of the magnificent palace in the other 8 directions. 9 chains that seemed to have swept over from the void firmly fastened a huge palace. The palace was supported by these 9 chains as it quietly floated in the middle of the 9 mountain peaks. This was a palace in the sky, not only in name, but also in reality. What was even more bizarre was that the surface of this huge palace was not the usual pitch black and monotonous color. Instead, it was 2 different colors. The left side was icy blue, while the right side was fiery red. Moreover, on the left side of the icy blue color, terrifying cold qi continuously permeated. The cold qi dissipated into the surrounding air, causing the surrounding air to freeze. On the other hand, on the right side of the fiery red color, there was a frighteningly high temperature. A scorching sensation continuously spread from the air, causing crackling sounds to be emitted. The sky capital peak chain was located on the left side of the palace. Waves of icy blue cold qi permeated the air. Although he was extremely far away, Zhuowen could still feel a dense chill. This dense chill came from the bottom of his heart, and not just from the surface of his skin. This palace is the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace. Zhuowen's heart trembled as he gazed at the huge palace floating in the air. A trace of respect and an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. This was a strange feeling that would only appear in one's heart when one saw a majestic and spectacular sight. Yes, that's the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace. The 9 mountain peaks of the Inner Academy all possess a mysterious iron chain from outer space. It is derived from the 9 directions of the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace, and with this as a support point, it is lifted into the air. This building is the most famous and mysterious building in the entire Inner Academy, and even the Divine Spectre Realm. LVE's gaze also fell on the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall in the sky as he muttered in admiration. The Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall could be said to be the core building of the entire Inner Court. This building had long since nurtured countless geniuses of the Inner Court. This was because the core of the entire Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace was operated by the legendary Ice and Fire Holy Talisman. This Ice and Fire Holy Talisman was not incomplete, but complete, and possessed all the power that belonged to the Holy Talisman. The moment he stared at the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace, Zhuowen discovered that the 2 hidden imprints on the back of his hands began to react. His left hand turned blue, while his right hand turned red. Zhuowen immediately woke up and forcibly suppressed the abnormality on the back of his hands, afraid that LVE and the others would notice. Fortunately, LVE, Moyin, Baiyin, and Moyin Wushang's attention were all on the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace, so the 3 of them did not notice the abnormality on Zhuowen's hands. This made Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he was extremely excited. He could feel that there was something in the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace that was calling out to him. He knew that the calling was from the Ice and Fire Holy Talisman Spirit. The promise of 10 years was about to be fulfilled. How can I enter the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace? Zhuowen suddenly asked curiously. LVE took a deep look at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "Core disciples and above have the qualifications to enter the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace. But even for core disciples, it's not that easy to enter the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace because the ice and fire energy around the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace is very violent. Even high-level martial emperors may die if they are not careful." Die? Zhuowen's pupils shrank, and he sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered to himself. Wasn't the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace an object of the inner courtyard? How could the energy be so violent that even high-level martial emperors could not approach it? Perhaps sensing the doubt in Zhuowen's eyes, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Moyin and Baiyin and said, "Baiyin, it seems that you really didn't tell this little guy anything." Moyin and Baiyin shrugged and said, "It's useless to tell him. It's better to wait for him to come to the inner courtyard first and experience the terror of the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace. This kind of personal experience is much better than telling him verbally." Then Moyin and Baiyin suddenly said seriously, "Zhuowen, although the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace was built by the seniors of the inner courtyard, the core of the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace is the Ice and Fire Holy Talisman. This thing is a terrifying object born from heaven and earth, and is also an extremely rare treasure. This thing is extremely uncontrollable." Chapter 13:12. News from Mu Qinxue. The Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace is a saint weapon? Zhuowen was somewhat astonished. Back then, when he had heard about the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall, he did not associate this building with a saint artifact. However, after hearing Mo Yin and Bai Yan's words, he became much more enlightened. How could a building that could carry a supreme treasure like the Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman be ordinary? It had to be at least a saint weapon. Moreover, Zhuowen could also feel that the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace wasn't just a profound saint weapon. It was very likely that its quality was above a profound saint weapon. After all, he had a profound saint weapon, the Heavenless Sword. Although the heavenless sword was severely damaged, the aura of a profound saint weapon left a deep impression on Zhuowen. He could feel that the aura of the ice and fire dual polarity palace was even more terrifying than the heavenless sword. Obviously, the quality of the ice and fire dual polarity palace was above a profound saint weapon. The inner yard is really not simple. They were actually able to build such a powerful saint weapon like the ice and fire dual polarity palace, Zhuowen secretly muttered. However, that senior expert of the inner yard never expected that after the ice and fire sacred talisman entered the ice and fire dual polarity palace, its power would become stronger and stronger after many years of nurturing. In the end, it became violent and uncontrollable. Moyin and Baiyin pointed to the 9 chains in the void and continued. These 9 chains not only have the effect of supporting the ice and fire dual polarity palace, but the black pillars at the end of the chains go straight to the bottom of the mountain. There is a huge Yuan vein there. It is precisely by relying on the power of the underground Yuan vein that the 9 chains can firmly suppress the ice and fire dual polarity palace. Although the 9 chains are suppressing the ice and fire dual polarity palace, the ice and fire energy on the surface of the palace is uncontrollable. If one's strength is insufficient and approaches the ice and fire dual polarity palace without permission, they will inevitably die. LVE interjected at this moment. If the ice and fire dual polarity palace is so dangerous, wouldn't it be difficult for most disciples to enter it to cultivate? Zhuowen frowned and asked with flickering eyes. However, LVE smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about that. After a period of time, the violent energy in the ice and fire dual extreme palace will weaken a lot. At that time, the disciples of the 9 peaks will swarm in. Moreover, even though the energy of the ice and fire polarity halls is usually extremely violent, with the strength of the 9 peak masters, it is naturally quite easy for them to approach the ice and fire polarity halls. Normally, the peak masters would bring their personal disciples into the ice and fire polarity halls to cultivate." Hearing this, Zhuowen and Moyin Wushang looked at each other and nodded. After explaining a little about the ice and fire dual extreme palace, LVE continued to lead Zhuowen and Baiyin deeper into the platform. This platform was originally very large. Along the way, Zhuowen looked around and saw many pavilions. Along the way, Zhuowen naturally encountered many martial artists wearing the uniform of the inner court. However, these martial artists were dressed differently from the official disciples and registered disciples of the 9 peaks. Zhuowen guessed that these were the core disciples of the Sky Capital Peak. What surprised Zhuowen was that these core disciples of the Sky Capital Peak were basically above the Middle Emperor Realm. Although there were also low Emperor Realm warriors, they were extremely few. Moreover, they were the kind of guys with extremely powerful auras. Obviously, even if they were low Emperor Realm warriors, they probably had the battle strength of a Middle Emperor Realm warrior. The arrival of LVE and the others naturally attracted the attention of these core disciples. At the same time, many of them greeted LVE. Of course, there were also some core disciples who noticed Zhuowen and Moyin Wushang behind LVE. Their eyes were filled with doubt. This was because the auras of Zhuowen and Moyin Wushang were extremely weak. They were probably only first-level Emperor Realm warriors. How could such cultivation enter the Sky Capital Peak? Of course, since it was LVE who led them in, although these core disciples were puzzled, they would not ask too much. Soon, LVE led the group to the front of a pagoda-shaped pavilion in the middle of the platform. In front of the pavilion hung a plaque with the words Zhai Xing Pavilion written on it. It was written in bold and powerful strokes. "This Zhai Xing Pavilion is where our peak master, Old Man Tiandu, lives." LVE stopped and smiled faintly. Old Man Tiandu's 4 personal disciples also live in the Zhai Xing Pavilion? Zhuowen suddenly asked somewhat excitedly. LVE shook his head and said, "The 4 personal disciples naturally have their own pavilions. With the Zhai Xing Pavilion as the center, there is a pagoda-shaped pavilion in each of the 4 directions. Those 4 buildings are where the 4 personal disciples live." Zhuowen turned his head and saw that there were indeed 4 pagoda-shaped pavilions in the other 4 directions. The 4 pagoda-shaped pavilions were a head taller than the other buildings on the platform. They were like cranes in a flock of chickens. Which pavilion is Mu Qinshui in? Zhuowen continued to ask. Lve frowned slightly and said, "Why are you looking for Mu Qinshui?" However, Mo Yin Bai Yin laughed. Mu Qinshui, that girl, used to be a student of my outer courtyard. Zhuowen and Wushang were both her best friends in the past. The main reason why I came to Tian Capital Peak with me this time is to go drink with that girl and reminisce about the past. Lve nodded his head and said indifferently, "If you go and find Mu Qinshui now, I'm afraid you will be disappointed, because Mu Qinshui has been sent by the Peak Master to the great desolate forest of the divine Nether Realm to carry out a killing mission." What? Mu Qinshui is not in the inner courtyard right now? Zhuowen frowned slightly and continued to ask, "Senior Lve, how long will it take for Mu Qinshui to return?" However, Lve shook his head and said, "The great desolate forest is quite far from the inner courtyard and is shrouded in the power of desolation all year round. This time, the Peak Master sent Mu Qinshui to carry out a mission in order to train her. It will take at least 2 to 3 months, and at most half a year." Creak. Zhuowen clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. There were less than 3 months left before the cold poison in Mu Qinshui's body broke out. He could wait, but Mu Qinshui could not. "Senior Lve, can you tell me the exact location of the Great Desolate Forest?" Zhuowen's face became gloomy as he said in a deep voice, "Why are you in such a hurry to see Mu Qinshui?" Lve naturally discovered that Zhuowen's expression was not right, and his voice became somewhat cold. However, Zhuowen did not pay attention to Lve, whose face had already turned gloomy, and repeated, "Tell me the location of the Great Desolate Forest. I need to find Mu Qinshui." "Oh." Feeling Zhuowen's deep voice, Lve's eyes slowly narrowed, and a mountain-like aura swept over like an avalanche. Soon after, Lve's somewhat gloomy voice sounded, "You dare to speak to me in such a manner?" Zhuowen's expression did not change as he stared at Lve and said in a deep voice, "Tell me the location of the Great Desolate Forest." Mo Yin Bai Yan's expression slightly changed, and he took a step forward, blocking in front of Zhuowen, and said with a smile, "Lve, why bother with a member of the younger generation? Zhuowen and Chun Shui's relationship has always been good. Maybe he's anxious to see her, so he's worried about her." Lve coldly snorted, and the aura on his body slowly converged. He said indifferently, "Your cultivation is only at the first layer of the Emperor realm, and you're already so arrogant. Do you think this is the outer court? I can clearly tell you that there are countless people in the inner court who are stronger than you. Don't bring your arrogance from the outer court here. It's best if you restrain yourself a little. Tell me the location of the Great Desolate Forest." However, as soon as Lve finished speaking, Zhuowen's voice sounded again, and it was still the same sentence. This caused Lve's expression to freeze. Mo and Wushang quickly pulled Zhuowen and said in a low voice, "Zhuowen, don't mess up. Grandfather will help you ask about the location of the Great Desolate Forest. For now, we should just wait." Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen calmed the emotions in his chest and nodded. "Sorry, I walked into a dead end just now. It's fine. You're worried about Sister Qinshui. So am I." Mo and Wushang smiled, but at this moment, her smile seemed a little weak, and there was a trace of sadness in her eyes. She never thought that Mu Qinshui's influence on Zhuowen would be so deep. The latter's calmness left a deep impression in Mo and Wushang's mind. But now, after hearing that Mu Qinshui was no longer at the Sky Capital Peak, but had gone to the Great Desolate Forest, Zhuowen had actually lost his mind. It could be seen that Zhuowen had deep feelings for Mu Qinshui. "Lve, for my sake, don't be too calculative. After all, he's just a junior. This bitter sea coral was specially brought by me." Mo and Bai Yin patted Lve's shoulder and took out a black coral from a spiritual ring. The surface of the coral was surrounded by black water vapor, which was the water of the bitter sea. LVE took the bitter sea coral, and his face became much better. This bitter sea coral was a very precious medicine. With this, LVE could ask the Arcana Masters of the Inner Courtyard to help him refine yuan arrays to help him cultivate. For him, it was a very precious thing. Bai Yin, you're considerate, but you better discipline your disciple. After all, this is the inner courtyard, not the outer courtyard. LVE patted the bitter sea coral and said with a gentle expression, "That's natural. Let's go in and see Old Man Tiandu. After all, I need to personally hand over the relics of Elder Huaxia to Old Man Tiandu." Moyen Bai Yin said with a smile, "All right, come in with me. These two little fellows can wait outside for a while." LVE nodded and took another look at Zhuowen, and then led Moyen Bai Yin into the pavilion. At this moment, Zhuowen also calmed down. Moyen Bai Yin secretly transmitted a message to him that he would help him inquire about the specific location of the Great Desolate Forest, so Zhuowen was not too anxious. Outside the pavilion, Zhuowen and Moyen Wushang looked at each other without saying a word. They waited silently for about 2 hours. Finally, the tightly shut door of the pavilion slowly opened, and 2 figures walked out. These 2 figures were naturally LVE and Moyen Bai Yin. LVE cupped his hands towards Moyen Bai Yin and said, "Bai Yin, I don't need to guide the way down the mountain. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, LVE hurriedly left the place, while Moyen Bai Yin quietly came to Zhuowen and Moyen Wushang's side. "Grandfather, have you explained the matter of Elder Huaxia?" Moyen Wushang suddenly asked. Chapter 13:13. Great Desolate Forest, that's good. Moyen Wushang nodded. She was most worried that Elder Huaxia's death would be blamed on Moyen Bai Yin. Now that everything was fine, it was naturally for the best. "Dean, the location of the Great Desolate Forest?" Zhuowen stared at Moyen Bai Yin and asked with anticipation. Moyen and Bai Yin faintly smiled and pointed with their right hand. A mass of milky white light entered the space between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Zhuowen immediately discovered that in his sea of consciousness, information was being generated. These information gathered together and form a map. I've already given you the location of the Great Desolate Forest, but that place is very dangerous. It's considered an extremely dangerous place in the divine specter realm. There's a creature called a desolate beast in there. This creature is even more terrifying than a demon emperor. Other than desolate beasts, most of the outlaws in the divine specter realm are gathered in the Great Desolate Forest. This time, Mu Qinxue and the other inner courtyard disciples are carrying out a mission to kill the extremely famous Yiksha jellyfish, who is ranked 10th on the evil list. Moyen Bai Yin's gaze became somewhat serious. Shortly after, he waved his right hand and a picture appeared in front of him. This picture was of a middle-aged man with a face as black as charcoal and a fiendish expression. This Yiksha jellyfish is very powerful. It's said that it has killed 5 6th level emperors. This person is extremely close to the 7th level emperor realm. It's even possible that he has already broken through the 7th level emperor realm. He's an extremely dangerous guy, Moyen Bai Yin said in a low voice. Zhuowen slightly frowned and said, "Killed 5 6th level emperors? Does Mu Qinxue have the ability to kill this Yiksha jellyfish? He actually sent her to carry out such a mission?" Moyen Bai Yin said, "That girl Qinxue is very talented. She must have obtained a lot of resources in the inner courtyard. Since Elder Tiandu sent her to carry out this mission, it means that her strength is at least comparable to the Yiksha jellyfish. With the help of the other disciples, she should be able to take down the Yiksha jellyfish. But there's still a cold poison in her body, and there's less than 3 months until the cold poison erupts. So I have to hurry to the Great Desolate Forest and expel the cold poison from her body first." Zhuowen's expression was grave and stern as his deep voice slowly sounded. Moyen Bai Yin and Moyen Wushang knew about the cold poison in Mu Qinxue's body. Since Zhuowen mentioned it, the two of them naturally had no objections. "I'll go with you," Moyen Wushang suddenly said. However, he was immediately rejected by Zhuowen. "You can't go. Since the principal said that the Great Desolate Forest is very chaotic and is also an extremely famous, dangerous place in the Divine Spectre realm. It's not appropriate for you to go. But Moyan Wushang still wanted to say something, but Zhuowen waved his hand and said, Wushang, don't worry. I have a doppelganger. Although my Buddhist doppelganger's cultivation is only at the first layer Emperor realm, my devil doppelganger is at the third layer Demon Emperor realm and has the battle strength of a middle layer Emperor. As long as you're careful, you'll be fine. Zhuowen is right. Wushang, you'll only be a burden to Zhuowen if you go. Now you should cultivate properly. The core disciple selection is about to begin. You should use this time to cultivate properly and strive to become a core disciple. Then you can enter the 9 peaks. That way, you'll be able to obtain the best cultivation and resources. Moyan Bayan also advised. Seeing this, Moyan Wushang was silent. He only nodded and softly said to Zhuowen, when you go to the great desolate forest, be careful. Although this is only your doppelganger, if you lose it, it will definitely cause you a certain amount of harm. I know, Zhuowen said with a smile. Let's go down first. As the outer courtyard dean, I can't stay here for too long. I have to return to the outer courtyard to take charge. Moyan Bayan said with a smile. After saying that, Moyan Bayan led the 2 of them down the stairs and walked down the sky capital peak. The thing that the 3 of them did not notice was that a figure had appeared in a window on the top floor of the Zhaixing Pavilion. Upon closer inspection, it was an old man with a long white beard. He was wearing a loose black long robe. His sharp eyes were staring at Zhuowen, who was among the Mo Yin and Bai Yin trio below. A descendant of the Ryuka with a 9th grade dragon soul. This little guy is not simple. The old man's right hand stroked his white beard as he softly muttered from the corner of his mouth. A trace of a strange expression appeared in his eyes. After walking down the sky capital peak, Zhuowen and Moyan Bayan returned to the White Jade Pavilion, where Jianan, Gatha, and the rest were. After explaining the situation to everyone, Zhuowen, Moyan Bayan, and Jianan left the inner courtyard. At the entrance of the inner courtyard, Moyan Bayan pointed at the enormous divine river in front of them and said, Zhuowen, the great desolate forest is located in the middle and lower reaches of the divine river. It is a dark and dense forest with an extremely large area. There is no sunlight inside all year round, and it is extremely dark. Not only do you have to pay attention to the desolate beasts inside, you also have to pay attention to the martial warriors that appear inside. Dean, I know all of this. Zhuo nodded seriously. And it's good that you know. Why don't I first find that girl Chen Shui with you before leaving? Moyan Bayan was still a little worried. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, Dean, don't worry. My main body is about to reach the divine nether realm. At that time, I will meet up with my main body and enter the great desolate forest together. Oh, your main body is also here? That's really fast. Moyan Bayan was startled. He nodded his head and continued. Since your main body is here, I am redundant. You just have to pay attention to yourself. After saying that, Moyan Bayan flew towards another direction. That was the exit of the divine nether realm. After all, he was the outer courtyard dean, and because of the heavenly insect, the auspicious God Island had suffered a disastrous loss. He had to return as soon as possible to preside over it. He was very clear about how terrifying Zhuowen's main body's fighting strength was. Therefore, he did not stay behind and only gave a few words of advice before leaving. Looking at Moyan Bayan, who was gradually getting further away, Zhuowen became extremely calm. Soon after, his gaze fell on the front of the divine river. He took out a flying spiritual treasure from his spiritual ring and sat on it. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared from where he stood. At this moment, 2 figures appeared at the end of the bitter sea. These 2 figures were a man and a woman. The man's face was quite handsome. He wore a black robe, and his body emitted a special aura. The woman was delicate and charming. She had a curvaceous figure, and a strange thing was that she had 3 pairs of thin wings on her back. These 2 people were naturally Zhuowen and Wu Dai, who had set off from the auspicious God Island. Because Zhuowen's lightning wings had mutated, their speed was much faster than ordinary flying spiritual treasures. Therefore, the 2 of them had arrived at the end of the bitter sea ahead of time. Wu Dai, go to the demon nether realm. Zhuowen rubbed Wu Dai's head and said with a smile. Wu Dai's cheeks puffed up. Her beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen. The rims of her eyes were actually a little red. She had a delicate and pitiful look. This look made Zhuowen feel a little embarrassed. Master, I don't know when we will meet again after this trip to the Demon God Palace. Before we part, can you give me a hug? Wu Dai whispered. Hearing this, Zhuowen touched his nose. Seeing the sadness in Wu Dai's eyes become more and more intense, Zhuowen sighed softly. He opened his arms and gently pulled her into his embrace. He said softly, Wu Dai, cultivate well in the demon nether realm. When your master is strong, he will go to the demon nether realm to find you. Wu Dai was taken aback, but she quickly wrapped her arms around Zhuo Wen's waist and giggled. Wu Dai will cultivate well. The Demon God Palace in the Demon Nether Realm is extremely powerful. Perhaps Wu Dai will be the one protecting Master in the future. Master, I'm leaving. Wu Dai softly whispered these words in Zhuowen's ear. After that, Zhuowen felt his hands loosen. Wu Dai had unknowingly left his arms. Her pair of beautiful thin wings constantly flapped as she flew towards the Demon Netherrealm stone tablet. Zhuowen stood in the void and silently watched Wu Dai's back. When Wu Dai finally disappeared into the Demon Netherrealm stone tablet, he retracted his gaze and took a step forward, entering the divine Netherrealm. With his previous experience, Zhuowen didn't encounter too many obstacles when entering the divine Netherrealm. Furthermore, at the entrance, he met Mo Yin and Bai Yin, who were preparing to leave. After exchanging some pleasantries, the two of them left the entrance. Of course, Zhuowen went in while Mo Yin and Bai Yin went out. The great desolate forest was located in the middle and lower reaches of the Divine River. It was a triangular plain filled with sand and sand. On this plain, there were many tall, pitch-black trees. They were lush and dense, making it look rather spectacular. These black trees were called desolate trees by the divine Netherrealm's warriors. The reason for this name was because the desolate trees could emit a lot of black chi. This black chi was called desolate chi by many warriors. If ordinary warriors were to be contaminated by desolate chi, they would wither like trees, and their life force would gradually drain away, and they would die. Of course, if one was strong enough, they would be able to withstand the desolate chi that filled the great desolate forest. Therefore, none of the warriors who could appear in the great desolate forest were mediocre. Outside the great desolate forest, there was a rather bustling small town. There were many warriors inside, and it was bustling with activity. Zhuowen rode on a flying soul treasure and quickly descended into the small town. When he walked down from the flying soul treasure and put it away, his footsteps stiffened slightly. Immediately, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He muttered in a low voice, "The original body has already entered the divine Netherrealm. With the original body's speed, it should only take a few days to reach the great desolate forest. I can settle down in this small town first and wait for the original body to arrive." As he spoke, Buddhist Zhuowen slowly walked towards the small town. Zhuowen's arrival didn't attract the attention of the other warriors in the small town. This was the only place where humans gathered in the great desolate forest. Although the area wasn't big, it was exceptionally bustling. Every day, there were warriors coming in and out. The aura on Zhuowen's body wasn't particularly strong, so it naturally wouldn't attract the attention of others. This small town isn't simple. Most of the people inside are Emperor Realm warriors. There are even quite a number of intermediate Emperor Realm warriors. Chapter 13-14. Tracking B. The fur of the grade 4 wild beast, purple lightning mink, is impervious to fire and water, impervious to blades and spears. If it is refined into leather armor, it can withstand the attack of a mid-level martial emperor. The horn of the grade 3 wild beast, one-horned lynx, can be refined into a long spear. Its power is comparable to an emperor weapon, indestructible. The small town was bustling with activity, and there was an endless stream of people. There were stalls on both sides of the street, and many vendors were shouting with all their might. Most of the items sold were the fur, fangs, or inner cores of desolate beasts. Although the great wild forest was full of danger, the wild beasts that lived there were treasures. Whether it was their fur or fangs, they could all be refined into extremely powerful emperor weapons. The wild beasts were also divided into grades by the divine Spectre Realm warriors, from Grade 1 to Grade 10. A Grade 1 wild beast was equivalent to a First Heaven Emperor, and a Grade 10 wild beast was much stronger than a Ninth Heaven Emperor. However, it was much weaker than a saint, and should be comparable to a half-saint warrior. As for stronger wild beasts, they had not appeared in the Great Wild Forest yet. It was because every part of a desolate beast was a treasure that could be refined into an emperor weapon. That was why there were so many warriors in the Great Desolate Forest. Their main goal in entering the Great Desolate Forest was to hunt desolate beasts and strip them of their fur, claws, and bones. These things could be sold for a good price. Of course, the majority of those who entered the Great Desolate Forest were rogue cultivators, or those who didn't have a very strong backing. Generally, only these kinds of cultivators lacked funds and resources. After all, if a cultivator wanted to cultivate, they needed resources, and resources naturally needed to be purchased with funds. As for the disciples of the major forces, they were relatively rare in the Great Wild Forest. The resources of the major forces were extremely vast, and the warriors who lived there naturally did not have to worry about the lack of resources. Of course, it was not that the disciples of the major forces did not come to the Great Wild Forest. Generally, the main purpose of the disciples of the major forces coming to the Great Wild Forest was to train themselves. After all, on the path of martial arts, one could not just cultivate behind closed doors. If one did not know how to use one's own strength, one would be like a boorish man who only had brute strength. Other than the Great Desolate Forest, there were also other dangerous places in the divine Spectre Realm. The disciples of the major powers would basically choose these dangerous places to train, and Mu Qinshua's killing mission this time could also be considered as a form of training for Old Man Tiandu. After arriving at a small tea house, Zhuan quietly sat in a rather secluded seat. After ordering a few dishes and tea, he poured himself a cup of tea and quietly waited for the arrival of his main body. The business of the small tea house was booming. Not long after Zhuan sat down, quite a number of warriors bustled in. In an instant, the somewhat deserted tea house became a little livelier. The sound in the tea house also became much noisier. The discussions of the surrounding cultivators rang out continuously, causing Zhuan to frown slightly. Zhuan narrowed his eyes. Very quickly, he noticed the 4 figures seated on the left side of the tea house. The reason why he noticed the 4 of them was because the uniforms they were wearing were the uniforms of the Inner Academy's core disciples. He had seen this uniform on Sky Capital Peak before, so he was naturally not unfamiliar with it. However, what disappointed Zhuan was that Mu Qinshu was not among the 4 of them. The 4 of them were 3 men and 1 woman. There was a trace of worry on their faces, as if they were worried about something. That Yiksha jellyfish is truly too cunning. It actually relied on its familiarity with the Great Desolate Forest to constantly hide. Although junior sister Qinshui is extremely powerful, it was her first time entering the Great Desolate Forest, and she was unable to catch that Yiksha jellyfish even after many days. The only woman among the 4 spoke. Her appearance was not very outstanding, but her figure was extremely hot, especially her ample bosom, which was on the verge of bursting out. Her full curves attracted the eyes of quite a few people in the tea house. Zhuan listened with rapt attention, especially when he heard the mention of Mu Qinshu. His eyes narrowed as they exploded with an intense glow. Senior Sister Guiqing is right. That Yiksha jellyfish is truly cunning and despicable. It clearly promised that if it lost a one-on-one fight, it would bind its own arms and return to the Inner Academy with us. But it actually went back on its words in the end. A tall and thin man angrily agreed. Sitting in front of the tall and thin man was a refined young man wearing a white robe. He shook his head and said, "The Yiksha jellyfish is after all a fellow ranked 10th on the sin list. Who knows how many people in the divine nether realm want to catch it and obtain a large reward, but they all failed. It is because this person is full of schemes and is extremely cunning. We shouldn't have listened to this fellow's words before." It's already too late to say anything now. The Yiksha jellyfish has already escaped. Moreover, junior sister Qinshui and the Yiksha jellyfish are too fast, so we've lost track of them. What should we do? The girl named Guiqing had a worried look on her face. She looked at the refined young man and asked, I say, Xiaoyu, normally your brain is the best, so why don't you think of a plan? We can't just sit here and wait. Xiaoyu was stunned. Then he said with a bitter smile, with the Yiksha jellyfish's personality, it will definitely enter the depths of the great desolate forest. The desolate beasts, they're very terrifying. So wouldn't we be seeking death if we went in? Then you mean that you don't care if junior sister Qinshui lives or dies? Guiqing's face was filled with excitement as she spoke in a loud voice. Xiaoyu waved his hand and said, How can we not care? However, with junior sister Chun Shui's strength, even if we can't catch the Yiksha jellyfish, nothing will happen to her. After all, she is our Capital Sky Peak's fourth direct disciple, and she used the shortest amount of time to catch it, breaking Capital Sky Peak's record. Guiqing curled her lips and said in a dissatisfied voice, Then why don't you give us an idea? What use is there in saying all this? Hey, I have this little thing on me, so it shouldn't be hard to find junior sister Qinshui. Xiaoyu revealed a mysterious smile and took out a golden ball from his sleeve. This ball was around the size of a palm, and it was releasing a golden glow, making it look very mysterious. This is? Guiqing and the other two men revealed looks of doubt. It was clear that they could not see what this golden ball was. This is a tracking bee. As long as you have the scent of the person you're looking for, it will remember it. When the time comes, it will be able to follow the scent to where the owner of the scent is. After saying this, Xiaoyu looked at Guiqing and said, I remember that junior sister Qinshui gave you a life-saving jade pendant before. Take that jade pendant out and let the tracking bee smell it. Guiqing rolled her eyes at Xiaoyu and took out a beautiful jade pendant from her chest. When Mu Qinshui was fighting the Yiksha jellyfish, in order to protect the four of them, she gave this jade pendant to Guiqing. She had him protect the three of them and prevent the Yiksha jellyfish from affecting them. Xiaoyu took the jade pendant without any hesitation and placed it in front of the tracking bee. The tracking bee hovered over the jade pendant for a while before buzzing out of the tea house, heading towards the desolate forest in front of the town. Let's go. We'll follow them. Xiaoyu took a step forward and closely followed the tracing wasp. As for the jade pendant, it was conveniently kept in his sleeve. Xiaoyu, I say, return junior sister Qinshui's jade pendant to me first. Guiqing's reaction was not slow as she followed closely behind. Of course, the moment she opened her mouth, she asked Xiaoyu to return the jade pendant. However, the latter acted as if he was deaf and pretended not to hear Guiqing's voice. The group of four left the tea house and did not attract much attention. Perhaps it was because the people in the tea house recognized the uniforms on the four of them. With the position of the inner courtyard in the Divine Spectre realm, there was really no one who dared to offend the inner courtyard core disciples. Brat, your little lover is in the desolate forest. Why aren't you following them? Xiaohei's somewhat teasing words sounded out, causing Zhuowen to nod his head. He quietly left the tea house and closely followed behind Lu Yu and the other three. After walking out of the town, Zhuowen's appearance and figure changed. He turned into a tall, middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a single shoulder leather jacket. At the same time, Zhuowen's own aura was concealed by the 100 transformation divine art, appearing faintly discernible. The attention of Lu Yu and the other three was completely focused on the tracking bee and naturally did not notice Zhuowen, who was quietly following them. The great desolate forest was indeed as Moyin and Bai Yin had described. Thick and solid black trees grew within it. These black trees were extremely strange. On the surface of the rough tree bark, there were actually beehive-like holes, with strands of black qi spreading out from the holes. This black qi contained a trace of desolation aura. Under the effect of this desolation aura, all living things would gradually wither and fall like withered leaves. Zhuowen was naturally not an exception. The instant he stepped into this desolation aura, Zhuowen felt the skin on the surface of his body continuously wrinkling and coarse, as if he was aging. Furthermore, the life force within his body was gradually draining away. This kind of draining was not due to one's lifespan decreasing with the passage of time. Instead, it was due to some kind of desolation energy that was forcefully stripping away one's life force, causing it to continuously weaken. Zhuan's eyebrows slightly knitted together. The yuan power within his body surged and circulated, adhering to the surface of his body, resisting this desolation energy. Immediately, the wrinkles on the surface of his body began to disappear, once again becoming smooth and smooth. Not far ahead, Zhao Yu and the other three also circulated their yuan power, adhering it to the surface of their bodies, forming a special yuan power clothing, resisting the corrosion of the desolation energy that was surging towards them. We should try our best to be careful. The desolate beasts in the great desolate forest are not easy to deal with. We should hide as much as possible and try our best not to clash with them. Zhao Yu softly instructed the Guoqing trio behind him. The trio naturally nodded their heads. Their footsteps were very light, but their speed was not slow. After all, as core disciples of the Sky Capital Peak, their cultivation and strength were not weak. This was naturally an easy task for them. Chapter 13:15. Yiksha, jellyfish, the desolate chi is getting stronger. Everyone, be careful. Zhao Yu, who was walking at the front, had a grave expression. At the same time, he controlled the tracing bee to slow down. Zhao Yu, are we not there yet? Guoqing complained. Soon. I can feel that the tracing bee is in a hurry. This is a sign that it is about to find the owner of the scent, Zhao Yu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Guoqing did not say anything else and silently followed behind. Around 10 minutes later, a deafening roar of a beast came from the depths of the dense forest. At the same time, there were sounds of fighting. The tracing bee that was leading the way became excited. With a swoosh, it increased its speed and rushed into the dense forest. Found it. Junior sister Chen Shui is probably in front. Zhao Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed forward. At the same time, he waved his right hand and kept the tracing bee. The four of them carefully moved forward. The beast roar from before was extremely loud and clear. It was probably a powerful, desolate beast. They naturally had to be careful. After all, there was still a gap between their strength and Mu Qinshui's. In front of them, there was a bush. The four of them hid their auras and hid in the bush. Through the gaps in the bush, they looked at the other side of the bush. They saw that in front of the bush, there was an open space that was neither big nor small. On the open space, there was a strange beast that was several feet in size. The strange beast was shaped like a tiger, and its fur was emitting a metallic luster, as if it was the leader of the iron and steel sect. Moreover, there were two pairs of black wings on the back of the strange beast. Its body was extremely strong. When it leaped, it turned into an illusory black shadow. It was difficult to see its figure clearly. Its claws slammed into the air, and the power that erupted caused the entire space to shake violently. Its strength was terrifying. At this moment, the powerful desolate beast was like a black lightning bolt as it launched a brutal attack on a beautiful figure in the open space. It was a beautiful woman. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were like clear water. As she looked around, she had an elegant and noble temperament that made people feel ashamed of their inferiority and did not dare to profane her. However, that arrogance and quick-wittedness of hers had a captivating aura that made one unable to help but be captivated. The girl's jade-like feet were bare, and under those sparkling and translucent feet, there was a lush red lotus floating. The fiery red lotus and the girl's snow-white skin made her look extremely holy and pure. At this moment, the woman waved her jade-like hand, and thousands of lotus flowers bloomed around her. A mysterious energy exploded. The desolate beasts that were charging over immediately slowed down in this lotus domain. At the instant its speed decreased, the woman's jade-like hand passed through it. As if she had teleported, she arrived in front of the wild beast and gently pressed her hand against its chest. Boom! Although his movements were very light, the power that erupted from him was extremely terrifying. The desolate beast actually let out a wail and flew backwards. More than 10 meters away, it flipped its waist and landed lightly on the ground. All the hair on its body stood up as it stared at the woman with a fierce glint in its eyes. "That's a grade 6 desolate beast, sure Jinhu. I never thought that junior sister Chen Shui would encounter such a desolate beast. It's quite troublesome to deal with." Zhao Yu frowned slightly as he muttered in a low voice. The other 3 people also revealed a serious expression. However, before they could react, there was a sound that broke through the air that came from the empty space. Following that, behind the woman in the empty space, there was a figure that rushed over. A black trident was aimed at the woman's back at a tricky angle. The woman's eyebrows slightly knitted. Her jade-like feet tapped lightly, and the red lotus under her feet released a ball of flames. These flames turned into red lotus petals and surrounded the woman, protecting her inside. Pum! The black trident heavily slammed into the flame petals, and a dull sound rang out. However, it did not break through the lotus's defense. The moment the black trident slammed into the flame lotus, the woman instantly moved. With a tap of her jade-like feet, she jumped out of the red lotus. A fiery red long sword appeared in her jade-like hand, and she slashed out. Instantly, endless flames rushed out from the long sword, turning into a fire dragon that rushed towards the owner of the trident. Dang, dang, dang. The figure holding the trident coldly snorted. With a swing of his right hand, the direction of the trident changed, and it smashed into the fire dragon. Immediately, he felt a wave of hot air assault his face, causing his expression to change drastically. He could only continuously retreat, his gaze grave as he stared at the woman in front of him who was covered in flames. Hee. Sure enough, the direct disciples of the Fine Gods Academy are all amazing. Little girl, you're only a 5th level emperor, but your battle strength is close to a 7th level emperor. You're actually able to suppress me. It's unbelievable. This was a man in his 30s. His face was as black as charcoal, and he looked fierce. There were long scars on both sides of his mouth, and when he smiled, he looked like a ghost. He was extremely ferocious and terrifying. This person was the Yiksha jellyfish, ranked 10th on the evil list. I never thought that you would run into the depths of the great desolate forest, because you have a desolate beast as your companion. Desolate beasts are ferocious and terrifying. I really don't know why this sure Jinhu would listen to your orders. The woman's voice was like an oriole's as she slowly spoke. Her voice was extremely clear, and it resounded in the open space. I've been raising this sure Jinhu since it was a cub. It sees me as its parent, and it will naturally do whatever I say. The reason why I'm like a fish in water in the great desolate forest is partly because of this sure Jinhu. Hee. The Yiksha jellyfish sneered. Attack! Just as the Yiksha jellyfish finished speaking, 4 figures flew out from the bushes in front of them. The 4 of them were Zhao Yu and the other 3 who had been hiding in the bushes. When the Yiksha jellyfish and Mu Qinshui were talking, it was the best time to attack. However, just as the 4 of them were about to approach the Yiksha jellyfish, countless black threads flew out from the Yiksha jellyfish's back and instantly formed a black spiderweb that enveloped the 4 of them. Not good. Looking at the incoming spiderweb, the 4 people's expressions greatly changed. They wanted to change their direction, but unfortunately, it was already too late. The spiderweb had already enveloped them. The 4 of them wanted to break free, but they discovered that the spiderweb was extremely tough. Waves of dark green gas suddenly gushed out from the spider web and enveloped the 4 of them. Not good, it's poisonous. The moment the dark green gas spread out, Zhao Yu shouted loudly and hurriedly held his breath. However, it was useless because the poisonous gas was able to forcefully enter all the acupuncture points in his body, causing him to be powerless and his face to be as pale as snow. Guiqing and the other 2 were in a similar situation. Their bodies were powerless and their faces were dark green. They had almost lost all of their fighting strength. It was obvious that the poison was quite severe. The Black Widow, who is ranked 11th on the sin list, Zhao Yu's eyes were filled with shock and anger as he involuntarily shouted, "Oh, This little brother's reaction is quite fast. You've recognized me so quickly. A bewitching and numbing voice was transmitted from another part of the dense forest. Immediately, a lady in black leather clothes with a figure that was even more voluptuous than Guo swayed her slender waist as she walked over. Her demeanor was extremely enchanting, and her entire body was emitting a bewitching aura. It's really the Black Widow. Guo and the other two were shocked and furious. They did not expect the Black Widow to ambush them here. Black Widow, you've been watching the show until now. The Exalted jellyfish narrowed its eyes, and its voice became extremely unfriendly. The Black Widow smiled and said, "How am I watching the show? I just arrived and rushed here. Exalted, don't accuse a good person." The Exalted jellyfish snorted and did not say anything. He did not want to fall out with the Black Widow over this matter. After all, he still needed to work together with the Black Widow to deal with this otherworldly woman. I say, little girl, these 4 people should be your senior brothers and sisters. If you don't want anything to happen to them, it's best if you give up on resisting otherwise. The Black Widow slowly arrived beside Zhao Yu's group of 4. The 5 fingers of her white right hand suddenly grew 5 sharp nails that were like 5 sharp thorns. They landed on Zhao Yu's face as she spoke in a provocative manner. Mu Qinshue's brows slowly knit together as she softly spat out, "Despicable. Haha. I love it when people use the word despicable to describe me. So naturally, I am despicable. Then do you want to care about the lives of these 4 people?" The Black Widow said this as her 5 fingers slowly slid across Zhao Yu's face. Instantly, 5 bloody marks were left on his face. "Junior sister Qinshui, you don't need to care about us. You leave first and go back to inform the Peak Master. If the Peak Master personally comes, I want to see if the Black Widow and the Exalted jellyfish will still dare to act this arrogant." Although Zhao Yu's face was pale, his courage was not small as he spoke to Mu Qinshui. "Yo, little brother is quite loyal, but I hate loyal people the most. So, I'm planning to make an example out of you, hey. The Black Widow's eyes flashed with a cold glow. Her 5 fingers suddenly opened, and like a meat grinder, she flew at Zhao Yu's neck, wanting to directly kill him. Zhao Yu's face was pale, but there was not much fear in his eyes. Rather, he was very calm. "Let him go." Mu Qinshue's expression slightly changed. Her jade foot stepped off the air, and she stepped onto the red lotus, turning into a red light as she charged at Zhao Yu. However, the Exalted jellyfish and Jinhu naturally would not let Mu Qinshui have her way. 1 man and 1 beast, 1 in front and 1 behind, surrounded Mu Qinshui in the middle. A wild whistling sound exploded in the air, and a terrifying wind blew, creating a terrifying storm in the open space. Mu Qinshue's expression slightly changed. She raised her jade hand and flicked the fire-red sword in her hand. Endless flames surged out, turning into 2 fire dragons, 1 in front and 1 behind. They flew out and collided with the Exalted jellyfish and Jinhu. An extremely terrifying tremor resounded throughout the dense forest. Mu Qinshui was forced to take several steps back, while the Exalted jellyfish and Jinhu were also forced to take over a dozen steps back. The difference in strength between the two was immediately apparent. Chapter 13:16. 8-legged poisonous spider Black Widow's expression changed slightly. She did not expect that there would be someone lying in ambush in the dense forest. She did not expect that the 5 fingers that were originally piercing towards Zhao Yu would change direction and shoot towards the black shadow that was rushing over. Bang! A sharp sound of metal clashing resounded in the field. Black Widow's fingers collided with the black shadow, and sparks burst out between the two. Black Widow's expression changed slightly. She twisted her charming body and took a few steps back. Her beautiful eyes became quite solemn. Only then did she notice that the black shadow's true appearance was actually a Buddhist commandment blade. The surface of the Buddhist commandment blade was black and red. Blood chi and black chi intertwined. It looked quite strange, and the aura from the blade was extremely terrifying. Who is it? Black Widow's face darkened. She could feel that the Buddhist commandment blade in front of her was extremely extraordinary, so she was very wary. After all, if the Buddha's commandment blade was so extraordinary, its owner would definitely not be simple. Not far away, Yiksha Jellyfish and Mu Chinchua, who were originally fighting, also looked at Black Widow. When they saw the Buddha's commandment blade that suddenly appeared, their faces revealed a look of surprise. Apparently, they did not expect that there would be someone behind them. Thump, 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 thump. The crisp sound of footsteps slowly came. Immediately, a tall figure appeared in front of Black Widow from the depths of the forest behind them. This person had long black-red hair and a pair of demonic eyes that were also black-red in color. His body was filled with a demonic aura. Waves of demonic aura spread out and formed a black-red force around him. He looked quite strange and powerful. This was a demonic youth. Judging from his aura, he should be a third heaven demon emperor. The demonic chi that erupted from his body had a shocking deterrent force. The demonic youth slowly walked to the side of Zhao Yu and the other three. He stretched out his right hand and grasped the hilt of the Buddha's commandment blade. Immediately, under Black Widow's gloomy gaze, he cut off the spiderwebs on Zhao Yu and the other three. "Thank you, brother. May I know your name?" After the spiderwebs were cut off, Zhao Yu and the other three felt relaxed. They repeatedly thanked Zhuowen, and Zhao Yu even asked for his name. "The four of you are poisoned. You can go to the side first. You will only get in the way if you stand here." Within Zhuowen's black and red pupils, there was only a demon-like indifference and no other emotions. When he spat out these words, the faces of Zhao Yu and the other three immediately froze. Zhao Yu, who had asked the question, smiled awkwardly and led the Guoqing trio to one side. Zhuowen was right. The four of them had been poisoned by the Black Widow. Although their lives weren't in danger, because they were Emperor Realm cultivators, they wouldn't be able to use much of their strength. This guy is so domineering. Walking to the edge of a barren tree at the edge of the open space, Guoqing angrily said with some dissatisfaction. However, Zhao Yu shook his head and said softly, "This brother is a demonic cultivator. Generally, demonic cultivators are extremely cold and self-centered. This kind of attitude is very normal." At this moment, Mu Chinchue's beautiful eyes also fell on the demonic youth who had suddenly appeared. Her eyes were filled with confusion, doubt, and some emotions. She didn't know why, but the demonic youth in front of her gave her an extremely familiar feeling. Although she had never seen the face of the youth in front of her, that familiar feeling came from the bottom of her heart. It was as if she had known this youth for a long time. "Is it an illusion?" Mu Chinchua muttered in a low voice. Soon after, she was stunned to find that the demonic youth slowly turned his head. That pair of cold black and red eyes stared at Mu Chinchua. Then, the two looked at each other. Soon after, Mu Chinchua was stunned to find that the coldness in the demonic youth's eyes was like melting ice and snow, gradually melting away. In those cold eyes, a trace of gentleness appeared for the first time. Even the corners of the youth's mouth rose in a gentle arc. At this moment, a demonic youth who was as cold as a demon revealed such a gentle smile. Mu Chinchua was absent-minded and her heart was a little chaotic. This guy is looking at Junior Sister Chinchua. Damn it, it seems that he saved us because of Junior Sister Chinchua. Not far away, Zhao Yu naturally saw this scene and frowned. "So he's a lecher," Guoqing said in a low voice. He was also somewhat dissatisfied. However, even if the four of them were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to show it. After all, the demonic youth in front of them had saved their lives. They weren't the kind of people who would repay kindness with ingratitude. "Who are you?" Black Widow's voice gradually turned cold. The demonic youth in front of her was only a third-level demon emperor, but she was forced to retreat by him. This made her feel even more embarrassed. After all, she was ranked 11th on the Sin list, and her cultivation was also at the 6th level Emperor realm. Her fighting strength was only slightly weaker than the Yiksha jellyfish. Although the fighting strength of a demon emperor was much stronger than an ordinary Emperor realm expert, she was 3 levels higher than the demonic youth in front of her. If they were to fight, she would naturally suppress the demonic youth in front of her. "Black Widow, aren't you being too cautious? A mere 3rd-level demon emperor can actually scare you." The Yiksha jellyfish snorted coldly. His face was a little ugly, and his tone was rather impolite. Hearing this, Black Widow's eyes became even more displeased. She said coldly, "Don't worry, he's just a third-level demon emperor. I can still kill him. The result will be the same." After saying that, Black Widow's feet stomped on the ground. Like a bolt of black lightning, she swept straight toward Zhuowen. At the moment when she swept over, Black Widow's fingertips grew out a few feet long finger blade. The light was piercingly cold and threatening. "Be careful. Black Widow likes to secretly spit out spider webs on her body. Don't be tricked by her." The moment Black Widow moved, Mu Chinshua couldn't help but remind her. When she reacted, a trace of crimson appeared on her face. She didn't know why, but from just now, she had a trace of worry for the demonic youth in front of her. This feeling was very inexplicable. You still have time to remind others? You better take care of yourself first. The Yiksha jellyfish gave a cold snort, and a sharp whistle came from his mouth. Sure Jinhu on the other side gave a roar, and his pair of steel-like wings flapped, quickly flying towards Mu Chinshue's back. The Yiksha jellyfish held his trident and charged at Mu Chinshue without any politeness. Truly a despicable fellow. His cultivation is higher than junior sister Chinshue's, but he chose to bully her with numbers. Despicable and shameless. Seeing this scene, Guiqing blurted out. Her full breasts heaved up and down, forming an alluring arc. The Yiksha jellyfish naturally did not care about Guiqing's condemnation. With his personality, he would do anything to achieve his goals. Bullying her with numbers was nothing to him. Mu Chinshue was not afraid at all. Her right hand tightened the flame-red sword, and with a flick, a terrifying flame spread out. It turned into a crescent-shaped flame arc that flew at the Yiksha jellyfish in front of her. At the same time, the red lotus under her feet began to spin. A lotus of fire bloomed on its surface, and it flew at Sure Jinhu behind her. Hong, hong, hong. The three of them immediately engaged in a great battle. Terrifying waves of air and pressure spread throughout the entire space, causing the entire forest to tremble. At the same time, the Black Widow on the other side had already closed in on Zhuowen. Her hands slashed out, and a finger blade appeared on her fingertips. It created 10 marks in the air and fiercely surrounded Zhuowen. A sharp tearing sound and a dazzling cold light sounded out at the same time. However, Zhuowen did not reveal much of a strange expression. He slowly raised his head, and the demonic slaughter blade in his hand slashed out, releasing waves of blood energy. Life-breaking destruction. That terrifying blood energy continued to squirm, turning into a giant blood-colored blade shadow. It soared into the sky and broke through the air, slashing down in front of the Black Widow. Pung, pung, pung. The blade shadow clashed with the finger blade, and countless sparks flew out. The Black Widow slightly knit her brows as she found that she could not break through the blade shadow in front of her. You have some ability, but that's all. The gap between you and me is too big. Let's see how you can stop me. The Black Widow licked her lips. Countless black silk threads burst out from the finger blades on her fingertips. These silk threads swept out in a complicated manner, forming a huge spider web, and instantly submerged the blood-colored blade shadow. Looking at the spider web that continued to sweep over, Zhuowen frowned slightly. Endless demonic aura gushed out from his body. The demonic slaughter blade slashed out again, and a secular world intent gushed out. Chaotic secular world. The secular world intent filled the air, causing people to fall into the secular world. Even the Black Widow's eyes began to blur when she felt the secular world intent. However, it was only for a moment. However, this moment was enough. Zhuowen leaped up, raised the demonic slaughter blade above his head, and used the third move, restrain. In the void behind him, the words restrain and restrain appeared. A sealing force shrouded the Black Widow, causing her to freeze on the spot. What kind of blade technique is this? The Black Widow naturally felt that she was unable to move. She shrieked, and a black shadow swept out from between her eyebrows, blocking Zhuowen's attack. Clang! Zhuowen slammed heavily on the black shadow. He felt like he had hit a metal wall. After a burst of sparks, he was thrown back dozens of steps by the recoil. Armor soul, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and looked at the black shadow. Only then did he notice its true appearance. It was a huge spider with 8 legs. The spider was pitch black and shiny, like a solid black armor. On the abdomen of the spider, there were dense black hairs. It looked disgusting. Be careful. This is the Black Widow's armor soul, the 8-legged venomous spider. Its entire body is covered in poison. If a mid-level martial emperor is poisoned, he will be powerless and at the mercy of others. Zhao Yu reminded loudly from behind. Zhuowen nodded, but his eyes were fixed on the 8-legged venomous spider. He took a step forward, and demonic aura gushed out. The demonic slaughter blade slashed out again, and a huge blade shadow came down from the sky. Hiss. Chapter 13:17. 10 Evil's ultimate kill the speed of the 8-legged poisonous spider was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Zhuowen. Its 8 legs were like steel as they ruthlessly smashed towards Zhuowen with the intention of completely crushing him. Bang! The slaughtering devil blade slashed down and heavily smashed onto one of the legs. Soon after, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the joints of the 8-legged poisonous spider were extremely hard. It was as if he had slashed onto a metal pillar instead of a leg. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the other 7 legs of the 8-legged poisonous spider rushed over and sealed off Zhuowen's surroundings from 7 different directions. Zhuowen slightly knitted his brows. He took a step and twisted his waist, causing a powerful demonic wind to sweep up around him. Subsequently, the slaughtering devil blade swayed along with his body and slashed out horizontally. It continuously smashed onto the 7 legs that were rushing over, causing the sound of metal clashing to ring out continuously. 7 powerful forces were transmitted over, causing Zhuowen to let out a muffled groan. However, he relied on these 7 rebounding forces to take a step back and explosively retreat. Swoosh! The 8-legged poisonous spider was extremely cunning. The instant Zhuowen retreated, it suddenly spat out a jet of dark green venom from its mouth. It directly enveloped Zhuowen. This venom was extremely corrosive, causing wisps of white smoke to be emitted in the air. It looked extremely terrifying. 9 flames karmic fire. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as waves of 9 colored flames gushed out from his body. The surrounding air immediately became extremely hot. The venom that was sprayed onto the surface of the 9 colored flames immediately emitted a hissing sound. It was actually burned into nothingness by the intense heat. What kind of flame is this? Why is the temperature so high? The Black Widow's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the 9 types of flames that surrounded Zhuowen in shock. The 8-legged poisonous spider also stared at the 9 flames karmic fire with some fear. The 9 flames karmic fire was the heavenly fire that was formed by the fusion of 9 types of earth fire. Although its power might not be comparable to the heavenly fire that was born in the world, it was much more powerful than the earth fire. The 8-legged poisonous spider was originally a species that was more afraid of fire. Therefore, after seeing the heavenly fire, it was a little afraid. Looking at the appearance of the 8-legged poisonous spider, Zhuowen's eyes brightened. He immediately waved his sleeve, and the Buddha's Buddha that was hidden on his body immediately appeared. It was Zhuowen's Buddha avatar that was covered in golden light. As soon as the Buddhist avatar appeared, he took a step forward and leaped onto the 8-legged venomous spider's body with a 9 flames karmic fire. He threw a punch, and the terrifying 9 flames karmic fire exploded and smashed heavily onto the 8-legged venomous spider. Oh, the 9 flames karmic fire seemed to be a natural counter to the 8-legged poison spider. The right fist that was wrapped in flames smashed onto the surface of the 8-legged poison spider's body and directly penetrated the hard carapace on the back of the spider. Green blood surged out and splashed onto Zhuowen's face. What? External avatar? Black Widow clearly did not expect Zhuowen to have a Buddha avatar. She could not help but exclaim, "You don't have time to be surprised." A cold voice was heard. Immediately, demonic Zhuowen appeared in front of Black Widow and slashed out with his saber. Demonic chi filled the sky. Black Widow hastily parried. 10 finger blades danced in her hands, drawing out extremely strange traces as they slammed into the slaughtering demonic blade. However, because demonic Daojua one had taken the initiative, Black Widow was forced back several steps. Of course, demonic Dao Zhuowen was forced back several steps. After all, there was a difference of 3 small realms between the two. Even though demonic Zhuowen was a demon emperor with terrifying combat strength, it could not make up for the huge difference in realms. I think you're courting death. Black Widow was furious. She was a 6th level Emperor Realm expert. Even though she was a demon emperor, she actually suffered a loss in the hands of a 3rd level Emperor Realm expert. To her, this was an absolute humiliation. Therefore, Black Widow did not hold back anymore. 10 Evil's ultimate kill. The Black Widow let out a low bellow and leaped up. The finger blades on her 10 fingers left her hands and turned into 10 thin black blades that were several feet long. A terrifying, baleful aura gushed out from the thin black blades, causing the pressure in the entire place to become extremely dense. It was as if many mountains were crushing down. The 10 thin black sabers revolved around Zhuowen. Ominous chi filled the sky. The terrifying ominous chi formed terrifying saber shadows. With Zhuowen as the epicenter, the ominous chi filled the area around Zhuowen. The black saber shadows were like black clouds and dyed the area around Zhuowen dark. Swoosh! Black Widow was like a ghost in the billowing ominous chi. Her speed was so fast that even Zhuowen could not see her clearly. Bang! Suddenly, there was a piercing sound behind him. What followed was the sharp sound of the air being torn apart. It was as if a peerless sword had sliced through the void. Zhuowen stomped his foot, and the demonic slaughtering blade in his right hand spun, before slashing behind him. With a ding sound, he could feel an extremely heavy metal clashing sound being emitted from the demonic slaughtering blade, which was accompanied by numerous sparks shooting out. Ding! Ding! Under this rebounding force, Zhuowen could not help but take a few steps back. Soon after, he saw that the Black Widow was coldly looking down at him with a thin black blade in her hand. Die! Zhuowen shouted coldly and slashed out with the demonic slaughtering blade once again. Billowing demonic chi rolled out. However, the Black Widow only sneered. The moment the demonic slaughtering blade slashed in front of her, the surrounding 10 thin black blades that were filled with baleful chi shot out one after another and bombarded the demonic slaughtering blade, causing Zhuowen to continuously retreat. 10 evils kill, I'm the king. In here, I'm the absolute king. You will die without a doubt. Black Widow sneered. Her figure was like lightning as she entered the ominous chi saber shadows. When she reappeared, she was standing behind Zhuowen. Her thin black saber pierced towards Zhuowen's black heart. Zhuowen was resisting the attacks of the 10 thin sabers in front of him. He did not expect Black Widow to come from behind. Caught off guard, the thin black saber pierced through his shoulder. Fresh blood spurted out and dyed Zhuowen's hair and collar red. Swoosh! Swoosh! Black Widow was extremely cunning. With the help of the 10 evils kill, she constantly moved around. If Zhuowen showed any flaws, she would attack without hesitation. The thin black saber in her hand was like a venomous snake. Every time, it would leave terrible injuries on Zhuowen's body. Fortunately, Zhuowen's reaction was fast enough. Every time, he would avoid being hit in a vital spot. He only suffered light injuries. However, he also knew that if this continued, he would definitely be exhausted to death by Black Widow. It's over. This is Black Widow's 10 evils kill. This demonic youth is in danger. Not far away, the expressions of Zhao Yu and the other 3 were ugly. Through the baleful aura, they could clearly see that Zhuowen was being led by the nose by the Black Widow. Injuries continuously appeared on his body as fresh blood flowed, giving him an extremely miserable appearance. If you want to fight, then let's fight to our heart's content. Demonic Zhuowen took a deep breath. His gaze was still cold and emotionless. He indifferently looked at Black Widow, who was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. His eyes slightly narrowed as his body began to circulate the demon battle art. Boom! Zhuan's feet shot out like a cannonball. Under his feet, he fearlessly faced Black Widow. "You're courting death." Black Widow sneered. She controlled 10 thin black blades and encircled Zhuan. At the same time, she followed behind the thin black blades like a ghost, quietly waiting for an opportunity to strike. Zhuan's eyes were filled with determination as his battle intent soared. The demon battle art emphasized the word battle, to fight without fear and to face death with equanimity. This guy's battle strength seems to be increasing. Suddenly, the Black Widow's pupils shrunk. She discovered that the current Zhuan's fighting strength was actually a bit stronger than before. Originally, he was completely powerless against the 10 thin blades, but now they were actually evenly matched. "Fight!" Zhuan roared furiously. Suddenly, endless demonic aura burst out from his body. Above his head, an extremely dense demonic cloud had unknowingly gathered. An even more terrifying demonic aura gushed out from Zhuan's body. At the same time, Zhuan's aura rose and soared into the sky. The demonic cloud became thicker and denser as if it had materialized. A terrifying demonic shadow surged within the demonic cloud and appeared behind Zhuan. This guy is going to break through? Waves of demonic aura gushed out, causing Black Widow, who was about to approach, to stiffen and involuntarily take a few steps back. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Zhuan roared furiously as he waved the demonic slaughter blade continuously. Demonic aura filled the sky. The 10 thin black blades that were surrounding him were directly blown away by the crazy attacks. This guy actually advanced to the 4th Heaven Demon Emperor in the middle of a battle. What a freak. Zhao Yu and the other 3 were stunned as they stared at Zhuan's back. Their mouths were agape as they did not know what to say. Boom! Boom! Life destruction. Zhuan used the life destruction once again. The monstrous demonic aura wriggled and formed a terrifying blade shadow. After advancing to the 4th Heaven Demon Emperor, the life destruction that he used was extremely terrifying. The ring of ominous aura formed by the 10 evils' absolute kill was directly shattered. The 10 thin black blades were also blown away, and the luster on their surface became much dimmer. Damn it! The Black Widow cursed in a low voice as she rapidly retreated. She did not expect that the demonic youth in front of her would actually make a breakthrough at this moment. Moreover, the increase in his fighting strength after his breakthrough was not just a little, but a qualitative change had occurred. A strong force erupted as Zhuan's hair fluttered in the wind. He took a step forward and used the life destruction seal. A powerful sealing force firmly locked on a Black Widow, causing her body to stiffen and her retreating steps to stop. Swoosh! In an instant, Zhuan appeared in front of Black Widow. He slashed out with his blade, and the demonic shadow behind him became more solid, as if it was going to break through the air. Black Widow was helpless. She waved her hand, and the 10 thin black blades that were blown away turned back into 10 finger blades that grabbed at Zhuan. Kacha! The demonic slaughter blade slammed onto the 10 finger blades. At first it was sluggish. Then, without hesitation, it slashed through the 10 finger blades and cut them in half. Puff! You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.